We welcome you back to Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the BetMGM Poker Championship, and it comes to you from the PokerGO Studio at ARIA Resort Casino, where 7 players remain and will battle for the title, for 2 trophies, and more than $613,000. Hello, everyone. Jeff Platt alongside Jamie Kerstetter. Jamie, nothing like a final table at a premier championship event.
Oh, especially one stacked like this. We're going to see some elite level poker today.
Perhaps from this man, James Romero, a local crusher. Romero has more than $6 million in live tournament earnings. He's played a lot of tournaments with the man to his left, Eric Baldwin. Baldy looks for live tourney win number 38. Lyu Qiang from China enters this final table second and chips, still trails Shannon Shorr by a considerable margin. Shorr with more than 35% of the chips in play. WPT Global's Dan Maor is here. Jamie, you wouldn't happen to be rooting for him over anybody else,
just
right?
Just a little bit, but
okay,
I'll try to tone it down.
We'll allow it. Jordan Westmorland got us to this final table by busting Michael Burke late last night. And here is our short stack. One of the absolute superstars in the poker world, Ethan Yau. Rampage looks for the ultimate spin-up. He does indeed have some work to do as we take a look at the leaderboard. Rampage almost 2 million in chips, the shortest stack to kick things off. Baldy shy of 3 million, then a big jump before we see Maor in 5th place, Romero in 4th, Westmorland in 3rd, Qiang in 2nd, and look at that chip lead that Shannon Shorr was able to amass. More than 20 million in chips. There are the 2 trophies that will go to our winner. Those trophies accompanied by more than $613,000. Our final 7 have already assured themselves of 6 figures, and we kick play off with about a $22,000 pay jump. Kicking off the action with 75K, 150K blinds, a 150K big blind ante. About 30 minutes left in this level,
like
and
sitting
here
on the outfield
we
bleachers, like getting balls like thrown up to you.
Yeah, that was the dream.
The glory days. When we weren't jaded and, you know, still appreciated those things.
Caught one from Fernando Venezuela out there when Braves were playing them one day.
Got one from Nomo, of all people.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
already more conversation than we heard all of yesterday.
Well, these guys are all rich now. They all have over
That's true,
100K
yeah.
locked up.
And if Shorr's going to see hands like this, it's going to be a pretty short day.
Yeah.
We expect him to put a ton of pressure on his opponents. Doesn't need a hand this good to do it.
Right where we left off.
Shannon
You ready for your
Shorr.
walk, Rampage?
That would be great. I'm really looking forward to it.
More
Three
than
in a row would be
$12.7 million
historic.
in live tournament earnings. Rampage did indeed get 2 walks as the short stack in the big blind late last night.
And he celebrated like
Yeah.
he won the tournament.
That was in the small blind, but I got a hit. Yeah. You folded first, can't you?
High equity flip.
We welcome you all in on PokerGo's YouTube channel and BetMGM's YouTube channel, and also on PokerGo.
And
Busy
also
day.
the 10 people outside having drinks already. I could hear
That's
'em.
right, the drinks at the bar are flowing to start the afternoon. It is a loud atmosphere out there already. There is a walk for Lyu Qiang out of China. Lives in Shanghai. Businessman there.
We
Owns some
apologize for butchering your name a few times yesterday.
I think we got it right every time. Okay,
yeah,
we definitely did not.
Nobody checked the tapes.
Yeah, no. Says he goes by Luke, so we'll call him Luke throughout the course of the day.
Base, you and I went to that Braves game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like went to like a day game in 100 degrees with humidity the day after, like drinking all night the night before. Did that once.
Oh, that was a standard back then.
For how serious Shannon is at the table, he's really fun to hang out with.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
cool. Him and
Every
his wife.
summer day in Atlanta from May to like September.
And he and Baldy back in the day, they could get after it. A little bit reformed now.
Both
A little
family
bit less
men now,
alcohol.
each
Yeah,
with 2 kids.
Right. A walk for our chip leader. Shorr, graduate of the University of Alabama. Withdrew in 2006, went back a couple years later to get a degree in civil engineering and business administration.
Was the 2-year withdrawal for poker?
It was indeed.
Oh, nice.
I mean, who needs school when you win the Bellagio Cup in 2006 for almost $1 million? But good for Shannon to go back.
I thought I was doing the smart thing, keeping in school and just playing poker on the side. I was
Yeah, you
actually
were.
an idiot.
You spent a lot of years in school. didn't you?
Yeah, instead of just like going and grinding. And a lot of people who did drop out did very well. One of them at this table, Westmorland, he was JW Prodigy, $5 million in earnings on stars back in the day.
Comes Baldy with 2 9s.
Looks like he's queuing up all
1.3.
his chips. He goes for about a little over half a stack. You never really see it where it goes half a stack, all in, call.
Right, and then
But
that lets that half stack get away.
yeah, and the times that it actually happens, like 1 out of 1,000 times
Right.
it's going to happen, and you
And
just
it's worth
print
it.
money. And I actually think this is a lot smarter than leaving back 1 chip. I've seen that a lot, but it's like it essentially accomplishes the same thing, and you actually
Right,
get a
might as
chance
well
to get
leave
back in the
yourself.
tournament if that happens.
Eric Baldwin, about $8.6 million in career live tournament earnings. Remarkable career, 2 bracelets.
You're
I've
about
also attended a Major League Baseball game with Rampage.
78 Venetian titles.
Good old
Really?
back, 2 final
37
tables,
live
10
tournament
tournament
titles. How
Wow.
absurd is that?
Does
Where
he
were you,
have a
Florida?
room for trophies?
Yeah,
No chance.
Seminole.
yeah. We saw Marlins Cubs.
What an awful.
Hopefully not.
mix-up
Hopefully
matchup.
not this year.
The overhit.
Yeah.
I was rooting for that.
A 7 for Luke. He'll raise here in the cutoff.
Dan Moore with a nice
Game,
looking
you trying
king
to
queen
go to a
offsuit.
Mariners game with me? We can head back up towards where you're from.
Just gonna let it go.
Did James answer the question that Shannon asked, or did he maybe give him a nod or a shake of the head and
I don't know.
completely ignore him? I'm curious. Westmorland will defend with the 8-5
Some
suited.
people tunnel vision and really
Yeah.
cannot hear it. Like if they're
Right,
thinking of
right,
something
right.
else.
First flop of the day comes Jack 5 at 3. Westmorland 5s, backdoor clubs. Check, check. 7 on the turn for Qiang to take the lead.
Time to go for a little bit of value. But nope, decides to check.
Wants to keep pots small. River 4 of hearts.
Westmoreland's gonna value bet himself a little bit.
That's 350K. Get a better hand to fold.
Something to think about. 4-liner on the board, 3 hearts.
10 seconds.
Hand played passively all the way to the river. Westmorland definitely could have a 6.
Absolutely. Gonna get looked up here. Luke makes the call. It's a good call at that. Lyu Qiang, the oldest player at this final table. Looking for his 2nd career live win. This already his biggest career score.
Time for everyone to fold.
Rampage
James to
asking
straddle.
for another walk. 3 walks in
That'd be
a
quite
orbit.
remarkable.
I really can't.
Just hurts you inside every time.
Late at night, long day.
Watching the replay, King 10-0, just.
You saw that?
All right, James.
Baldy regretting
One
folding
of
something he
6.
could have opened, and then it led to
Completed.
a Rampage walk.
2 of 6 completed.
Baldy obviously
3 of
eyeing
6.
Rampage's stack, trying to make another pay jump.
What happened with King 10?
One of his walks, I could have opened it. And he showed 8 trash.
10 seconds.
Left me with thoughts of what could have been.
Completed. Oh, this is going through for sure.
Not a chance, Rampage.
4 of 6.
Not a chance. The
problem.
chip leader looking down at
Whose
ace
big
jack.
blind is it?
I don't really know.
Raise 300.
Forgot how to play out of a big blind.
Some vlogger kid.
That vlogger kid has the queen 7 suited. In the big, shortest stack here.
Seems good enough to chuck in 1 big blind, C3.
Rampage does agree.
10 seconds. That's it.
And it comes 7-6-5 with 2 hearts.
It's a nice looking board for a big blind.
Check.
Decision time for Shannon, because you can put so much pressure on Rampage with even a 1 big blind bet, but that board is just all over the big blinds range.
Then Shorr turns a jack.
Rampage with tons of fans in the chat. They're not going to like this.
Their guy could be facing a pretty dicey situation soon.
Check something.
Checks once more.
2 flush draws on board now. Top pair, top kicker for Shannon.
Wants to get some chips in.
10 seconds. 500.
1/3 of Rampage's stack if he wants to get sticky here.
Knowing that Shannon could be coming for the rest on the river.
Yep. And also knowing that Shannon is very capable of being empty here.
Absolutely.
10 seconds. Time extension.
He'll have a time extension. Grants him an additional 30 seconds to act.
All the players had their time extensions replenished at 7-handed start of the day.
On.
Rampage does jam here.
Call.
Shorr makes the call, and here we go. Rampage is on the ropes, needing a queen or a 7 on the river to stay alive. If he finds a way, he's up to more than 3.8 million in chips. River card is a 3. We say good game to Rampage. Ethan Yau out in 7th, $104,424. He's got to be happy overall. I saw his Instagram story where he mentioned it. Like he was 9th with 9 left, laddered up a couple spots. Made what, about 40K last night just by doing that.
What a check back. Just.
Honestly, it was a
Checks
pretty
it back and then slides in
dirty
the
turn
Yeah,
card.
just
Like
snap
Absolutely.
if an ace turns, it's like an obvious out for
Something's
Shannon.
going
A
on
jack
here.
seems kind of
I'm
safe.
gonna take a free one.
Bink.
Kate's been delivering all the right cards this tournament.
Oh boy.
So you're saying
And he
collusion?
just rips a jack on the turn.
One big blind.
Shore up to
Check
more than
back.
23 million. Check on flop leads to that jack on the turn.
That noise you heard
Fireworks.
as Rampage was leaving was him stealing one of the trophies.
Okay.
Are you happy you don't see any more walks now?
That's better than a walk.
It's a 22K pay jump for everybody else.
What a hard spot with Queen 7 suited too.
I agree with that.
Yep.
I really do.
It feels so weak to just fold.
Right, right. I don't
And there's
think you
two
can
flush
ever
draws on the
fold.
board,
Yeah,
and
you're
it's
getting
connected, and you're putting in 500K. You have 1 million behind. There's so many river cards. That one was one that he would have hated of 3 of diamonds. Right. Like, I think it's just a really hard spot.
The more I think about it, the more I like this shove.
Especially because Shannon's capable.
Yeah,
He's just-
absolutely.
he can be empty, and then what a huge
He's got-
pickup if he is
yeah,
empty.
He's got some folds. Maybe has some calls with a little worse, big flush draws. Flush draw pair combos that you're beating. Dan Moore opens here with the ace-7. Romero defends ace-6. Queen Jack 8, 2 clubs, more ace of clubs in hand.
There's a
There's a lot in the chat, of course. Rampage punted again, et cetera, et cetera. I'm with Mark Anderson. He says easy for you all when you can see the cards.
Yeah.
So, and it's like easy for you guys to say, oh, he punted because he got it in bad on
And
like
I
this
just
specific
don't think that
situation.
that's a punt. Like,
I agree
especially
100%.
looking at punts of the past for Rampage.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I've played a decent amount with him online. That wasn't punty. And Romero improving to a pair on the river in this checked down pot.
Six.
Check, check. Romero showdown the winner.
A little bit annoying.
Yeah.
Couldn't just take the chop?
James Romero won the WPT 5 Diamond Main in 2016 for almost $2 million.
That is one of the WPTs that used to be a huge tournament and then is no more.
Yeah. It's just gone.
Yeah. I think it became known as quite difficult.
Right.
All the locals in town playing
All the
10K.
re-entries
Yeah.
for those pros.
Yep. Basically replaced by the Win World Championship, which
Yeah.
people say is like the best
Which is
WPT.
awesome.
So yeah,
Yeah.
I love that tournament.
对。 一会儿给我撸手牌，刚才有手牌给我帮撸。
Still at the 75, 150K level, just for another probably 10 minutes or so, a little less. 1 hour levels today until we get to heads up, and then the levels will shorten to 40 minutes. Shore ace jack once more.
300.
Baldy ace 5 off. He now the shortest stack.
Yeah, by quite a bit. Oh wow, and Shannon's just getting more chips shoved his way.
Shore will ask for a count, but it does look like he could score another KO here.
4.550.
Normally this kind of action from the big blind I would think is pretty strong. However, you have to credit Shore with opening very wide with a stack distribution like this, and he does make the call.
There is that call. Baldy now on the ropes. Our chip leader, Shannon Shorr, looking to cruise through this final table. Has the chips in good once more. Baldy needs some help. More than 5.3 million in the middle if he finds it. And he does see a 5 on the flop. So it comes ace 5-3. The turn brings another ace. 5 to chop. Jack for the elimination. River card is a 10, and just like that, Eric Baldwin is back in business.
That would have been too easy for Shannon.
There it is for the Phenom Team Pro, the Two Tree Ambassador, the furniture shopping service.
Everybody else at the table a bit tilted, not to make another pay jump.
Absolutely. As that pay jump is worth about $30,000.
That would be nice to show up for your final table and make 50K in 20 minutes.
Just like that, without even participating.
Yep.
Instead, though, Baldy finds a hold of some chips. That hand turned the tide of this final table. Shore still about where he started the day with. A weird spot to use a time extension on. You 20 seconds to act pre, now an additional 30 for Luke.
King deuce off in the big blind, not super appealing. He's thinking about turning it into a 3-bet bluff. I would hate to be using those time extensions this early.
And we'll use another one. Remember, about midday yesterday, he had run out of time extensions.
Yep. Could be in a hand like this. I feel like if the pot size is small, I just wouldn't be using them yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, 20-second after turn. That's it.
And could be in some trouble here on the King 8-7 flop.
This guy shorted me in a pot like day 2, and it took 5 minutes with the floor to rectify.
$225.
Goes for pretty small, pretty connected board.
And not to be results oriented here, but this kind of shows you why you can get in some real trouble here defending the King Deuce, especially in this kind of situation where you imagine Maor is opening relatively tight.
Yeah, I thought Luke may have been considering turning the big
Yeah,
card,
that's a
small
little
card
different.
combo
Yeah,
into
yeah.
3-bet.
We've seen that become a more and more popular move over these last couple years.
Raise.
And now he dials up the check raise.
Very unconventional. Dan has to be feeling good about King Queen because Ace King would have 3-bet
Yeah.
almost all the time. So he's got the Nut King in his mind. And other things that want to check raise, more likely to be semi-bluff combo draw type hands, you'd think. But obviously 7s, 8s, 8-7 are in Luke's range as well. Going nowhere yet.
Almost 2.3 million in this pot, as you see in the bottom right corner of your screen. The turn brings an ace. That could lead us to hit the brakes.
Yeah, mainly because if Luke check raised with the nut flush draw, he's now made top pair. Check, check.
River 5, Maor's hand is best.
The deuce of clubs in his hand. Does he want to turn this into a bluff? Or does he think that his pair of kings could possibly be good? Like, this is a weird spot to be in after you check raise flop. Just check. I'm sure Maor is very excited to check back.
Even more excited to show down the winner.
And he wins slightly bigger pot than you could expect.
That's
for this
true.
hand matchup.
Had you seen all the cards beforehand, you just thought raise, everybody
small pot.
folds, and wins a small one instead. Wins just a little bit more. Good time for us to check in on the leaderboard. Only significant changes, I should say, would be Baldy moving up. Since Shorr is just about where he started the day with. Same for the other 4. $126,405 guaranteed to our final 6. 30K pay jump from 6th to 5th.
Then I'm playing 10 different FTs.
Here at the PokerGO Studio.
Yeah, these RFID ones aren't cheap. Whose big blind is it? Was that a smile? Did you smile?
You should be smiling.
Shannon's had some nice hands to start this final table. Of course, one of them got 3 outed, so I guess I can't really be too jealous.
I was about to say card distribution has certainly gone his way, but then loses ace jack ace 5.
Pre-flop,
He would not
yeah.
agree. But just on strength of pre-flop hands.
I saw Jack 6 of spades yesterday. From early.
So he goes a full 4x. Yeah, there's certain hands that I would limp call. Like if he had king queen, or if the queen 9 was suited, or queen 10, I feel like it's good enough. I feel like queen 9 off against the chip leader, the only guy who can really hurt you right now.
Yeah, out of position against him could be in for a painful process.
I like to dress vicariously through you because I can't pull it off, but I respect it.
Yeah, thanks.
Baldy's got to be one of the like chillest human beings.
Absolutely.
I feel like he just consistently wins and is like kind of private about the rest of his life. He just has a family and he's like happy.
Baseball fan.
Yeah.
You can tell. That's about it. That's all we know.
It's the way to go.
We mentioned this yesterday, but he'll play, you know, the 600s, the 800s of the world. He'll be there from level 1, and he'll be locked in. Like, he'll use his phone to take notes after a hand, but other than that, like, he's just watching everything all the time.
What's the
really
opposite
impressive.
of locked in? Because that's what I am.
Yeah, that's Jamie. Yeah, whatever that,
Ooh, a butterfly.
whatever you would call it. Yeah.
2.5 in front, right?
Yeah, 5 big ones.
Cool.
More with 7s we'll call. Ace, Jack 9. Or gets out flopped by Baldy.
Okay. $175.
Gentlemen, blinds are up 100, 200.
You heard the voice of tournament director Paul Campbell. Says raise the blinds, 100K, 200K, 200K big blind ante.
Very deep 6-handed match we have though. Baldwin and Maor, the shortest, but around 30 big
Did you almost
blinds
fall out of your
apiece.
chair or something?
Yeah, I did.
Folded top 2 pair or what?
You saw what happened with Ace Jack, 50-50, so put it in the muck.
Romero not interested in this conversation.
Right. Not going to respond. Is interested though in his current holdings. It's 500K, 2.5x with his ace queen. Shorr 10-9 suited on the button. We'll call. Maor and Westmorland out of the way. Ace 7-7, 1 diamond.
Romero can go pretty small on this dry board. This
I like
chooses
it.
the smallest of them all.
Yeah. Thank you to Teddy, by the way, in the PokerGO chat for gifting 5 PokerGO memberships.
The decision not to check. Pair Shannon. Nice one for Romero.
Another check here.
Check.
River makes aces full for Romero.
It's clear that Shannon is not going to be betting. It's time to bet your own hand. With a board like this, you start getting called by some king highs. You go small. I think it'd be a pretty obvious call for Shannon with his nines and aces, depending on the size.
500.
Just 1/3
Size
pot.
is 500K.
500.
There's the call, and Romero will get paid off here.
Yeah, even getting 4-1, Shannon doesn't love it. 'Cause
Right.
this does seem the way that jacks, queens, kings would also play on the ace high board. The ace pairs river, and you go, okay, I can
Just
get a
looking
little
for a hint
value.
of value.
Yeah.
Kevin Tower in the chat, a question that I feel like is very targeted towards my broadcast partner, Jamie Kerstetters. Kevin asks, who's playing the online event and commentating at the same time?
Tell me your 500.
I will have you know there's
I
no
am not.
online poker table up here in this booth.
I am going to hightail it out of here and late
Yeah, you'll
reg,
be
though.
gone the second that this ends.
I may even late reg and sit out and wait.
That's fine.
Yeah, people watching home, I'm assuming a decent portion of the audience is going to be in that bracelet event.
I think so too.
Tournament summary, $3,500 buy-in, 1,141 entrants, $3.6 million prize pool. One of these guys is going to win $613K and 2 trophies.
Record-setting turnout for this BetMGM Poker Championship, which has seen year-over-year growth.
Raise 400.
You all right?
Joe says, love having PokerGo streams up during our home games. 9 of my friends are watching while playing.
Oh, that's cool.
I will say they are all calling strategy here. They are all punters. Well, good to have the punters tuned in.
That's a good home game to be in.
Yeah, really. Jack 6-3.
Check.
Shorr whiffing this flop is going to take a stab at it. Romero going nowhere with top pair. Romero, who dressed to match the trophies today.
Does check call? Turn 5 of clubs, no club in either player's hand. Time extension used by Romero for an additional 30 seconds to act.
Considering a lead out, this board is pretty nice for the big blind defend range. He does just have top pair.
Check.
Always a little odd when people burn time extensions on a turn with like so much action still to
Yeah.
go. It's like, how does Shannon read into this?
Let's go check, Jack. River brings the king of clubs. Will the door be open for Shorr here?
Not Romero's favorite card, and yeah, with Shannon just probably not trying to show down queen 10 high. Oh, and he burns another time extension.
I think he got the check-in. It's an automatic voice on the iPad.
Would this be a credible story? Would you expect Shannon to be betting turns with
That's a
club
good
draws?
point. It's a good point.
There are some club draws I wouldn't want to barrel through, like if you happen to have a pair with yours. If you have a 6 in a big club, you may just try to show down, then, oh good, I got there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's a narrow range, though, of hands.
Shorr will come after it here. Can Romero find a call? Just one pair.
Another time extension. A lot to consider here. Basically, if he makes the call and he's wrong, he kind of is drawn back to those bottom stacks. Not like anyone is short, though.
True.
But right now, he's sitting pretty firmly in 3rd place. Losing chips is very costly at this point in the tournament, but staring right at Shannon.
And letting it go. Shannon Shorr gets one through here.
Showing it, interesting.
Has to feel good for our chip leader.
Thanks, Kate.
That was a pair, right?
It was indeed.
Shannon's pretty underrated for a sense of humor. It's very subtle.
Very dry.
Whose big blind is it? Raise. I gotta say, I like the fit again from JW Prodigy. It's another kind of, you know, I was golfing, playing
just
some
on the
tennis,
course.
I was at the beach, decided to wander and try to win 600,000.
Luke with 2 10s here.
150,000.
Turbo mucks all the way to Baldy's big blind king 7 offsuit.
We'll defend here. Comes ace 5-4, 2 hearts.
Not the ideal flop for 10s, but as the pre-flop raiser ace high board, not bad to see bet on.
King high into the muck.
What do you think?
Now it's Baldy with the 10s.
Raise.
Raise 600,000.
It's Luke about to look down at 2 4s.
We try to find another 4 in that deck. What do you say? Eyeing up his stack.
Uses another time extension. I believe it's the 3rd one he's used today.
Hey, looks like he has 3 left, maybe. That's could
Calls
get
here.
dicey later in this tournament. We saw it yesterday where he folded the ace queen of clubs in
Yeah,
the
put a
spot
lot
where
of
he had no
pressure on
time
him,
to
yeah.
think about it.
Ace King 3, nobody's dream flop.
Slows Baldy down. Got a little bit to think about when the pre-flop raiser doesn't want to c-bet ace king high board.
5 on the turn, gutter there for Qiang. Another check from Baldy.
Deciding to potentially bluff catch with his 10s.
I'd be blushing if I was Baldy's chips for the amount of time that Lucas stared me down. Let's go check once more. River 8, 10s, still best.
Option now to check and bluff catch, or maybe throw out a tiny bet yourself. He decides to check. I would assume that Qiang is going to show down his 4s, but
Let's go check.
great start to the day for Baldy.
Yeah. Entered the day with 2.7 million in chips at about 6. Gotten in with ace-5 against Shannon Shorr's ace-jack. Flopped a 5 to get there.
Been seeing notifications from Twitter popping up a bunch, and a bunch of my group chats going nuts. It's that point in the summer where drama's starting to occur.
Okay.
I was waiting for it. It seems a little late in the year.
Right, it's June
People
11th.
people are starting to get stuck and angry, and they just start tweeting. You seen the
I see a
J-Mo
little bit of that.
drama?
Oh,
and
yeah,
Will
yeah.
Jaffe
I saw
and
Will
Charlie
Jaffe.
Carroll, yeah.
Jaffe crushed it like always.
Yeah, just in case you guys are looking for some light reading at home. Oh man, so Dan Moore raising with pocket 9s,
Oh my
400K.
goodness.
Qiang in the small blind, pocket aces.
Another time extension will be used.
He is burning through those.
It really is.
Raise.
Raise announced.
It's 1.3.
3-bet is to 1.3 million.
1,300,000. 。 . .
Under 30 big blinds to start this hand. Dan's gonna make this call.
$3 million in this pot. More with $4.5 million behind.
Definitely a dicey situation. Dan is in position.
King, Queen, 4 should help the escape route become a little more clear.
Another time extension.
Wow.
Sir, that makes me anxious.
You did, yeah. We're freaking out more than
I know.
he is.
It's just like there could be 4 more hours or more of this final table left, and you're just going to be sprinting through your decisions while other people have time.
With 6 left. Also, not in the most complicated spots imaginable. It's not like he's played a huge pot.
It's just a
And pre-flop, you
size
knew you were
decision.
3-betting.
Yeah.
And that was, he might need another one. I don't know.
I
That one
think
was
so.
close.
As a very chunky bet size he chose.
Does win the pot.
Man, he's
Another time, yeah.
out of time extensions
Yeah.
now. Only 52 minutes into the last day.
金波，我为什么39秒、40秒我给2张呢？
Take a look at the 2 trophies that the winner is going to take home, along with $613,000 for this BetMGM Championship.
If you're joining us late, Rampage out in 7th for about 104K. Was 9th with 9 left, though, so a couple ladders for him. Remaining players look for a 30K ladder next. It looks like he has a couple left.
I think they
maybe
may
one.
have given him back that one.
Oh,
'cause
okay,
It was close.
啊，哎呦我去，那说瑞士不行。
Baldwin with kings.
Thanks for that, Dan. Right into the microphone.
And Qiang will use his last time extension here. More than 9-8 off.
Just a little more than a min raise, but he's going to let it go. So is that LV hat the baseball team? Do you know? Or
Yeah, is it the
Aviators, I think. Yeah,
Aviators?
I haven't been to a game yet, but I've heard it's cool.
You and me both. Baldy played baseball at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. Was a Division III All-Star. Led his team to the national championship.
Nice. I regretted not taking that route. I played Division I soccer,
Oh,
but I
that's
was
right.
kind of a scrub on the Rutgers team. Where if I went to a D3 school, I would have
Be the
like,
star.
yeah, you get some glory.
Yeah,
Instead, I was like, I'll just be a
Score a
scrub.
lot
It
of
felt
goals.
terrible. Yeah. Our team was good though, but
What's the furthest your team?
we got to the Sweet 16.
Wow.
Yeah. I didn't help very much.
Who'd y'all lose to?
UNC, and they're very good. Wasn't Shannon Shorr an athlete as well? Maybe a couple.
I mean, he's a big Bama fan.
Ah, okay.
Does travel to sometimes take in a college football or basketball game.
Dabbled with bowling, cycling, salsa dancing, art, and cooking.
Salsa dancing.
Summited
oh.
Mount Kilimanjaro.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Z-Dam, why bro pronouncing Baldwin as Baldy? That's just, it's what he's called. Base Baldy. That's
Yep,
Eric
just
Baldwin.
his nickname.
10 seconds.
450,000.
Qiang finding the ace-jack offsuit. Westmorland in the small blind with king-queen offsuit. He hasn't really touched a chip.
Yeah, I haven't heard much from Westmorland.
Just gonna let it go. Romero on the big blind ace-8 offsuit. Makes the fold as well. See, Shannon's organizing his chips into 2 walls now. Too many chips for just one
Yeah.
pile.
Get some separation from both of his opponents.
Fortress.
It's right and left.
Four, 400,000.
Should get this one through.
10 seconds.
Winner, Jordan Westmorland. Live earnings of $1.2 million. Jamie mentioned this online legend, JW Prodigy.
The
Millions
zillion in
more in
earnings.
Yeah. Lives in Washington. He's engaged. His fiance's here. He is a golfer on the side. Just
It would
so
be
happens
funny
to
if
play
he
poker
wasn't.
as
He's
well.
wearing
Right,
like
right.
golf branded attire like the last 2 days. What do you think's the most like profitable outfit you could wear?
Oh, that's a great question.
I think anything you can buy in the WSP gift shop is good. Like
Solid, that's
giant
solid,
WSP
yeah.
branding, like reflective sunglasses, headphones.
The guys who would wear the like LA Poker Classic 2006
Yeah.
jackets.
I knocked out a pro
Yeah, I
on
knocked
full
out a full
tilt.
tilt pro is a good one.
10 seconds.
Baldy limping the ace-5 offsuit.
Luke gonna come after it, it appears, with the 10-3 off.
525,000. 525.
Goes pretty small though, under 3x. I think the price is right to continue.
10 seconds.
There's the call.
How do you
Ace,
like
ace,
that
eight.
flop?
Okay.
Ace-5's the hand of the day for Baldy so far.
Turn deuce.
$1.2 million in the pot so far.
10 seconds.
500,000. 575,000.
Baldy's starting to bet his hand just in case Luke was raising up a real hand. He had a pair in his hand or something that he can start getting value out of.
That folded just in the nick of time.
Yeah, I can't tell if he still has one or if they did actually take that one.
Now ace 10 for Baldy on the button.
$475,000.
King Queen for Shannon Shorr, chip leader. Calls. Ace, Queen 3.
Okay. $475,000.
Can't fold yet. Second pair, good kicker. Pre-flop raiser is going to be betting a lot of ace-high boards, whether they have it or not.
Short check calls. Turn is a 4.
Okay.
Decision for Baldy if he thinks this can be a 2 or 3 street hand, he gets value. If he wants to bet through this turn, or if he wants to pot control against the chip leader.
1.8.
Goes large.
Betting 1.8 million.
Eyebrow raise from Shannon.
Nice lay down with the queen. Nice pickup for Baldy. Continues to charge up the leaderboard. It's in 3rd place now.
And last night, he was just trying to hold on. He was trying to outlast Rampage, make one more pay jump, and just
Look at him
tournament
now.
poker can change so quickly.
Speaks to the value of stack preservation, keeping your tournament life intact. Look at the leaderboard. Shannon Shorr still on top. Lyu Jun Qiang still in 2nd, but it's Baldy moving from 6th to 3rd.
And for all the fans that were looking to watch Rampage, I'm sure he'll make another run this summer. He's in there every single day.
I would think so.
But yeah, he made 2 nice pay jumps end of the night for an extra 40 grand. Can't be feeling too bad. finding Jack 10 offsuit on the button, but Shorr in the small blind, Queen Jack of diamonds. Couple options on the table, but one of them is not folding.
1.8 million.
1.8 million.
Decides to go max pressure.
Makes it 1.8.
DK. DK.
I gotta give a lot of credit to players where English is their second language and they come to play. Like,
Yeah.
I've only been in that situation one time in Italy, and it is very isolating.
I bet it's very
You just
intimidating.
hear everyone communicating
Yeah.
around you, and you're like, okay. And every once in a while, I'd catch a stray word that there's no translation for. So it would be like this beautiful sounding language, and then donk bet. I'm like, okay, they're talking about a poker hand, but I have no idea what's going on.
You're like, are they talking about me? Am I doing something wrong? Ace 10 suited for more in the small.
Just about 18 big blinds. Interesting spot. This is the type of hand that's nice if you can get a limp jam in. If your opponent is the spicy type who's going to be raising quite a bit.
All in.
All in.
He just
Gonna
goes for
jam
it
here.
himself.
And then I'll end that.
Takes the lower variance route. Picks up those chips.
Rats, you have COVID now.
That's pretty good. Jam Maor from the WPT Global team. This is its biggest career score.
He's one of my favorite coworkers. Just super nice to work with. I would never say that to his face. Luke's struggling, and I don't think he was sick at all yesterday, so it might just be this is the fourth day.
I kind of remember a coughing attack.
Just a little, not like that though,
Not,
right?
that was, yeah, next level.
This can wear you down though. Like being in high pressure situations 4 days straight.
Probably
Three
don't
very
sleep
long
much,
ones.
yeah.
Yep. I mean, I've heard. I'm out in day one. I'm healthy.
Yeah,
I'm rested.
right. You feel great.
Shorr takes another one down.
Shorr at 20.9 million, started the day with 20.8 million.
Crushing. Without that 3-outer from Baldy,
Oh,
I
it
mean,
just
Shorr would have been at like 28
game
million or
changer,
something.
yeah.
Yeah, insane. Walk with the 7 deuce.
That is nice.
How do you not show it?
I don't think Baldy looks when
Oh,
he gets a
okay.
walk.
Makes sense. You're more likely to have 2 good cards if everyone
Right,
folds to you,
right,
so it's
right.
just going to make you feel bad. Ducks on a pond.
Into the muck.
Ducks in the muck.
Jack 9 suited for Baldwin.
I would be limping this hand a lot just in case you get raised. You can afford it.
Queen 5 of clubs for Luke.
A lot of puppy paws.
King 331 club.
Expect the big blind to have more threes in his range. Baldwin would fold some of his threes in the small. Second club on the turn, flush draw for both. Probably start betting if you're Baldy, not trying to show down jack high. Checks.
Luke will bet here, 250K.
Baldy with enough of a hand, excuse me, to check call.
Does do just that.
Club is going to be big trouble for Baldy.
River though, 7 of hearts.
Okay.
Show down queen high here.
Yeah.
Does.
And he will.
Good turn, good river.
Luke looking at the board and what might have been if that club peeled off.
Ace King for more.
$400,000.
Ace Queen for Lyu Jun Qiang.
And Dan with the stack size that can get this all in. Just 20 big blinds to start.
Call.
Luke just calls here.
Takes the conservative route.
8-3 deuce, 2 clubs. Luke, queen of clubs in hand.
Dan Maor completely missing, but when the small blind calls, this isn't really a great board for them either. You expect them to have some broadways in their hand, or they could have some small pairs, but against a 20 big blind stack, that's unlikely too. Not really going to be excited to set mine for so short. Dan bets 325. Uh-oh, he's reaching for... Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He had me for a second, too.
I thought the check raise was coming.
It's hard to see behind his sunglasses. Was he looking at Dan
Right.
for a reaction in that spot or what?
Turn 4.
Gut shot for each now. But if Luke checks, I would think this is the type of card Dan would be happy to check back. Keep the pot small, not try to get all in with just ace-king high.
$750.
He's going to
another
bed.
barrel, small barrel. Interesting bet. Is this just going to clear out some equity from like the king queens of the world? Like, I don't know what this really targets that would fold, unless he knows exactly where he's at and he's charging the ace jacks and ace queens.
Oh, right. That'd be pretty spectacular.
Sick.
Yeah. It does seem like
gets the job
worse
done
hands
for
just
cheap.
fold. Maybe
Yeah.
better hands do call, but
I would think that, yeah, like 9s and 10s,
Right,
they flat
not-
to small, never going anywhere on
going
that
anywhere.
turn.
Taking it.
But
maybe it's a easier path to go check on river.
yeah, buying the check to you
Yeah.
on the river for cheap. But hey, getting through, I mean, what a great result for Dan.
Absolutely, up to 5 million now.
$450,000.
Baldy raising up ace jack, Dan Moore in the big blind with king 10 offsuit. Nice hand to defend. C3.
Does do just that. It does flop trip kings.
Say, excuse me, Platt.
Not me.
200,000.
Baldy bets small here.
Ace jack. This is going to clear out all those little defends that Dan has that don't connect. But Dan has trip kings.
Check calls. Turn 4 diamonds, locks it up for more.
Okay. Check.
All
Wow.
the kings? Every
Single king in the deck for Dan Moore. The ace jack probably doesn't look too terrible now. Staring at 3 kings on the board.
Weird spot when you just have
Very
all
weird.
of it. Just as played, you kind of expect a check back from Baldy a lot. So do you just have to bet your own hand, go small?
I think so.
Hope he's got a small pair, hope he has a stubborn ace high.
1.1.
Goes 1.1 million.
About 2/3. Could be missed hearts. You could convince yourself.
Decision time for Baldy. 1 heart in hand.
It's hard to have all the kings, you know?
Yeah. Fires in a time extension for another 30 seconds to act.
Yeah, Dan's not betting a 5 like this. He's saying I have all the kings. And if he doesn't, then your ace-jack very likely good. Makes the fold.
Nice laydown by Baldy. Another good pickup for Maor, though.
Thank you guys for joining us. 3.8K right now in the chat on PokerGo's YouTube.
Nice.
We're both scanning the chat from time to time. If you want to shout
there
out
with
your
y'all.
favorite players, if you want to make fun of Jeff Platt, I'll read all those.
Do it. Just be creative.
Yeah. I mean, I'll read all of them.
You'll read
but
them regardless, yeah. Be sure to click like and subscribe while you're here, while you're joining us. It's much appreciated.
Chat asking about the payouts. Right now, they all have 120 locked
126.
up. 126,000 locked up. First place is 613,002 trophies. If one was not enough.
It's kind of rude, bro. Just lost the
Jack.
pot. You want to know what I had?
For Westmorland.
Apology accepted.
Nine deuce deuce, 2 diamonds. Westmorland with the ace of diamonds.
Shorr is going to continue with his 8 high.
And we'll turn an open-ender.
Got distracted reading all the
You
chat
got any
stuff.
good
It's
ones?
Good.
You
Yeah,
can
they're
read
all
your
of them
favorites.
are good. Just trying to see what Westmorland does with ace jack high here. And then I'll make fun of you.
Sized up. Just taking the max pressure route every time as our chip leader. Time extension used by Jordan here.
Yeah, you just don't envy this position.
Call.
He makes the call.
Wow.
Okay, spicy. Just banking on Shannon not putting another barrel in.
Yeah.
Honestly, out of position
Wow.
versus the chip leader. Just ace jack high.
Senses something is up. He is right, but
Hanging on
what
is
will he
tough.
face on the river? River King of Diamonds.
All in.
And
Wow.
instantly jams with the ace of diamonds in hand. Winner.
All right. I mean, he earned that one.
He did indeed.
If that was a diamond completing Shannon straight, I wonder what would happen.
Oh, that's a good
I mean,
question.
that's
Yeah.
full pot jam. However, all right. So the one that I like the most is a simple one. Let me look up the name so I give him a shout out. Adam Famain says Jeff sounds like he likes Star Wars. Like the simplicity of what that implies.
I don't really watch Star Wars. Yeah, but I like that too.
Westmorland, not one to get overly involved very often, but I mean, when he does, he makes it count.
When he's in there, yeah, he does.
And yeah, we see he was bluffing with the best hand, but I think the turn call is more impressive than the river jam, finding that jam. Like, you're putting in over 1 million chips.
400,000.
Yeah.
Against an opponent who's very likely to blow you off your hand if you check. So maybe that was it. Call him. We're just going to jam a bunch of different rivers. I don't know.
Kind of an unknown future after calling turn.
Yep.
But yeah, maybe the diamonds he's just going to jam and everything else just hopes goes check, check.
Even sicker if he found a check call on that river.
Oh, yeah.
Although Shannon, not that crazy. Like, obviously aggressive, obviously very good player, but like that extra barrel might not have gone in.
Yeah, it's not an overwhelming amount of craziness that we've seen at least.
So we were talking about his jacket yesterday. Maybe it's a hazmat suit.
For Shannon and Baldy's sake, I sure hope it is. As Maor looks down to 2 8s.
$1,050,000.
It's got to be frustrating to be Shannon. You're like, I'm supposed to be running this show.
What
like,
is going on here?
Are all of you too rich to care about ICM?
And there's the fold.
Nice play by Dan. Healthy stack once again.
Ryan Reed says Jeff has a sweet race car bed.
That's awesome.
That's pretty good.
So one of the first things that I did with WPT Global is we had like a high stakes home game, and we went on one of those sites where you could rent like a big space or whatever. Pure Space it was called.
Okay.
We rented this girl's like very nice house. However, it's just a regular house. We have everything set up, and one of the rooms we had to use was like a kid's bedroom to put the commentary booth in there, and it had a legit race car bed.
Nice, yeah.
I go to check on Ali Najad the one day, and he is commentating laying in the race car bed with his headset just like staring up, and I was like, this is amazing.
That I could see from Ali especially.
400,000.
More with kings.
So far, nobody waking up.
Uh,
Pocket sevens, though.
The card closest to me in the muck's got a big nail mark in it. No, the one closest to you now. You want me to say that right now?
If it was the king, it's a bit sus.
Yes, it is.
I'll show you after that.
Luke with sevens. Makes the call. Ace 4-3.
That's what they say. Kings are ace magnets.
Kirk says Mickey Mouse has a Jeff wristwatch.
Oh, that's the cutest thing ever.
That's good.
So that one hit the spot.
Yeah,
That's a
that's
good one. Dan decides to check through the flop and the turn. Not the best looking board for kings, but I think once it checks all the way through, we're gonna go for value at least on the river.
There is one more check.
It was really small. Sized perfectly to get called by sevens, I would think.
Just a little bit more than a big blind. Does get paid off.
Brian Danko says, must be nice for Jeff, knowing that if he gets tired of doing commentary, he can go out and do some interviews and speed all this up.
It's on this. It's on the side facing me.
Yeah, would you just mind checking the deck? The last.
So yeah,
I'm
we've
gonna,
already had an issue with this.
Consider doing
The
that.
last deck, already.
So whenever you're tired, you want to
Yeah,
go
I'll
home
send
and
you
play
out there.
online, you just send me
Jeff
out
the
there.
closer.
I'll talk to Jeff. So there's a look at our leaderboard before we head to break. It's Shannon Shorr with more than 18 million in chips. Just a slight fall off, but still a commanding chip lead. Rest of the pack, Lyu Qiang, Jordan Westmorland, Dan Maor, Eric Baldwin, and James Romero. They battle for more than $613,000, a BetMGM Poker Championship trophy, and an ARIA Poker Classic trophy as well. We will be off to break. We'll leave you with these fine tunes. And when you come back, we will continue. Final table coverage, 6 players left at the BetMGM Poker Championship. Stay with us. Welcome back to the BetMGM Poker Championship, where 6 players remain fighting for the title, 2 trophies, and more than $613,000. Jeff Platt alongside Jamie Kerstetter. We are coming to you from the PokerGO Studio at ARIA Resort Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Jamie, Shannon Shorr has fallen off a little bit, but still holds a pretty commanding chip lead here.
Still crushing, and he almost had all of them.
Really
he
did.
had Ace Jack versus Baldy's Ace 5, and Baldy made a full house. Most of Shannon's losses after that have been really small bites out of his stack, where he's just raise folding. And he's been played back at way more than you'd expect a chip lead to be played back at too.
Raise.
125K, 250K, 250K big blind ante. Shorr will defend here with the 5-4 off. Comes Queen 10-9, all spades. Nobody with the spade here.
Can check back or go really small on monotone boards as the preflop raiser.
Chooses check back. Deuce of spades on the turn.
Deciding if there's any reason to bet or not, or just try to show down this ace high. Westmorland makes bad end of a straight on a 4 flush board. Shorr with just 5 high. Does he want to make a play at this pot or just wave the white flag?
Wants to go for it. 725K.
Single raise pot pre-checked all the way down to this river. Westmorland in the spot where he has to just guess whether Shorr has a spade or not. Getting about 3 to 1.
Call.
Guessing correctly is Westmorland.
Shows down his straight.
Up to about 10 million in chips. Moves into second.
And Shorr regressing a little closer to the mean after starting the day with a massive chip lead.
Thanks a lot.
Baldy Queen 10 on the cutoff. Winner.
Luke just not feeling very well. He's having a
Does
hard
not
time
sound like
today.
it. Short king queen suited on the button.
5 inches.
Westmorland in the big blind. Jack 10 of spades. 80% of a royal between them. Makes the call. Jack.
Flops a jack.
Boss, can I get just black coffee?
Westmoreland check calls the 350K bet. Turn 9 of diamonds. Got her there for sure.
Short checks behind. Ooh.
And river's a queen.
Westmoreland checks.
About 2 million in the pot, as you see in the bottom right corner of your screen.
Goes about 3/4 pot.
Tricky spot here for Westmoreland. Again, facing pressure from the chip leader. This time, Shorr has it.
Is Westmoreland going to try to keep him honest for those missed diamonds?
Seems like a tough one to fold.
Yep.
Another time extension for another 30 seconds to act. Another
Running
one in the
through
middle.
A lot of these in this hand.
Thank you. No worries, appreciate it.
Westmoreland's decisions have just been spot on today. Does find the fold on the river with the jack.
Yeah, definitely worth burning those extensions if you're going to come to the
Absolutely.
right decision like that.
It's a very valuable save. Jordan Westmoreland, the online legend that is JW Prodigy.
Yeah, when online poker got shut down in the U.S., a lot of people who were in similar shoes just found other occupations, you know, started trading stocks or doing, you know, getting into finance in some way. Some people moved outside of the country to continue playing online. It's cool when people like resurface though, like this. After
Like, wait, that's him?
I haven't
Yeah,
heard that
yeah.
name in a while. I mean, he was a crusher. I'm not sure what adventure he chose right after that, but back to poker and still making really good decisions.
Pretty impressive.
Like 6, started with 6. Yeah.
Westmorland limping the jack 4 suited. Romero in the big blind jack 9 offsuit. Gonna see a flop. King, queen, 6, 2 spades and a heart. Gut shot for Romero, nothing for Westmorland.
H-Train, I can't believe we can't get online poker back. We're trying. BetMGM is a big part of that
Seriously.
effort.
I'm with you though. I mean, I thought it would just be like dominoes state by state all the way, and
Right.
it's been
And it maybe is just a very slow domino effect.
check, check. Second queen on the turn, 3rd spade. Not much going on for other players. Still just the gut shot for Romero. Check, check.
River 5. Jerry O'Sullivan says all of Europe can play online. Thank you, Jerry.
Yeah, must
We
be
know.
nice. So I'm going through JW Prodigy's bio. And it does look like he's played some poker every year, but compared to the past of like 5 million on stars, it stinks to have your wings clipped, you know?
Yeah.
And then you're just the live guy, but who knows? Some people have been secretly crushing online sites. They just don't make it public. 'Cause there's nothing to be gained from making it public like there used to. In like 2010, shout it from the rooftops, you get sponsorships,
Sure,
you know?
sure,
but
sure.
now it's like you're better off just
Staying quiet.
coming in with your golf outfit on and hoping nobody knows who you are.
Luke with ace-jack, businessman out of China.
10 seconds. 3, 500.
Shorr with the ace-jack suited. The poker player out of Las Vegas.
10 seconds.
Born in Alabama, went to the University of. Calls here.
Baldy just getting out of the way.
Heads up. 10 seconds.
Jack 10-8 with 1 club.
I think Queen 10's a bit tight. Just gotta chuck that
That's
one
a
extra
good
big
question.
blind in there.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you're just so dominated
Probably.
so much of the time.
When Baldy's
versus-
making that decision,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
confident it's a good one. It's just a hand where I would just be chucking in that extra big blind, and I would love to hear the reasoning. Yeah, I guess against 2 opponents also, it's like
Right, the early
difficult to know
position
where you
raise,
are.
pretty tight. Chip leaders, yeah, I don't know.
bet and a call. Same hand. Ooh,
Turn
club.
is the queen of clubs.
Shorr now free rolling that 20% next to his name is his chance of scooping the whole pot. 0% just means that he has no chance of winning the whole pot if it goes to showdown. He'd be chopping it. Four-liner on board though. Neither player probably. Oh. I'll stop saying what I was about to say. I thought this would be a card that would slow down.
I thought we were
each of them
en route to go and check. Here though, 700K.
Goes for under 1/3 pot, out of position. And with Queen Jack 10 on the board, as the pre-flop raiser, you do have nut advantage. You're the one who can have Ace King way more often than Shannon's gonna have it, so maybe he's taking advantage of that. Oh
the
my
river
goodness.
is the 9 of clubs, putting us straight on board, but delivering the flush to Shannon Shorr. 3.7 million in this pot.
This is, oh, he just checks. I was gonna say this is an interesting one where sometimes you'll see a player just go absolutely nuts trying to bet the other person off of a chop, but not this time.
Now how much does Shorr look for?
Go for 2 million? What do you think? What gets paid here? Or do you go big and just hope that he does actually have Ace King or a King in his hand? 2.5.
Is that 3.5, I believe, yeah. Did go big here, almost pot.
I guess I looked at the chips wrong. 3.5, man, pretty animal. Goes full pot, and I guess just hoping that he's up against a king.
If Luke is pretty defined, call versus fold, then maybe you do
if it's
size up a little
binary
bit more.
spot,
Yeah,
then yeah, you write a blank check. But yeah, but Shannon picks up a nice pot. He's up to about 20 million again, where he started the day. I like his sizing, thinking more about that he got led into on the turn. The 4-liner's on the turn, and you know, if your opponent's already there and can beat the board, this is a really nice spot to just go for it.
Shannon Shorr turned 39 last week.
Happy birthday. It's a good present.
He's amassed more than $12.7 million in career live tournament earnings.
Shout out to Joy if you're watching from home with their 2 really cute kids.
Raise.
500.
Westmorland 8-7 suited, bumps it up. Baldy Ace King.
Baldy 26 big blinds deep. Stack where you can just let it rip or find a smaller 3-bet size. Both good options. The jam is a little bit lower variance just because you don't really want to build a pot and then play out of position.
And there is that jam. And there's that win for Baldy. 1,141 entries, a record-setting field at the BetMGM Poker Championship. Prize pool of more than $3.6 million. Last year, drew 1,026 entries. The year before, 343. So look at how this tournament has grown.
And that's even without us being allowed to play this year. You know, usually
true.
that's good marketing for them. They're like, 2 whales are in the field.
Don't you want us to play? This is very. So now we have 200 online qualifiers, VIPs.
They're nice to us. They humor us, and they're like, well, we don't want you unavailable to commentate. I'm like, that won't be a problem.
Not a chance. They're really just trying to save us $3,500.
Yeah, that's nice. Sure.
Kind people over there
yep.
at MGM.
Did get to hop in there for the mystery bounty, Jeff, as well.
That's right. We played not that long.
But yeah, if you're in the area or you're coming to Vegas for any part of the summer, there's still the ARIA Poker Classic going on. Lots of cool events still on the schedule. Walked through the ARIA today, full poker room again.
What do we got tonight? Basketball or hockey?
Basketball, I think.
Nope.
Is it game 3?
Yeah.
First one in Dallas.
Nope.
Did
That's
the Panthers
tomorrow.
hold on last night?
Oh, maybe we have nothing tonight. No basketball. Mavs Celtics tomorrow.
To be fair, these guys haven't had time to even think about
They have no
anything
idea
but
what day it
poker.
is,
Yeah.
right?
What day is it? October?
I bet Jamie Foxx knows. Big BetMGM fan, I think.
Where's Jamie? Do you think he should be here for the
Vanessa Hudgens too? I bet she has.
Yeah. I think we have Jamie to present the trophies today.
Sure, with a decision in the small blind, he's
gonna
going to raise it up.
That's what the man does, especially with the chip lead. Shorr gets it through to extend his chip lead. Up to more than 21 million. Those are the trophies that the winner will receive. The winner will also receive $613,914. To take a look at our payouts, final 6 guaranteed $126,000, about a 30K pay jump from 6th to 5th.
Beautiful
Yeah,
singing voice.
thank you.
There.
Really nailed that one. Luke with 7s now in the cutoff.
Guys, put your 1s in the chat if you want Jeff to sing the national anthem on stream.
Oh, God. Be disrespectful to our country to have.
It'll be
him
like the
sing
Roseanne
national-
Barr version.
Yeah, okay, maybe not that bad.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. It says happy birthday, Platt. Are you holding out on us? Is it your birthday?
Wow. How did Tony know?
It's your birthday?
No.
Oh, it's like, what? You're spending it with me? That's crazy.
If it was, yeah, I would not say it was. But it's not. Really,
now I
it's
can't
not.
trust
Yeah.
you. Wow.
Yeah.
What a conundrum. There are lots of 1s in here.
There are like 2 1s out of 4,000 people watching. I think we're good. Ryan, who is Jeff's favorite pop star and why is it Hillary Duff? I like Hillary Duff.
What's not to like?
Sure,
She's
she's
like
my
wholesome.
favorite, but yeah, she's great.
Are you the type of guy who like watched Glee?
Of course.
Oh, God.
Yeah, what kind of question is that? Was that more a rhetorical question?
I was just trying to see if I got my reads right.
Yeah. Terrific show. That is kind of nuts. Some of you guys actually do know when my birthday is. That's
Oh, wow.
interesting.
Yo,
Look
you're
at the chip
famous
denominations.
now.
Purple chips 25Ks, yellow bumblebees 100,000 apiece. Those reds 500K each.
Poker World's like a weird place where to someone you're like very, very famous, and to someone else they're like, guy who's not good enough to play just talks about poker.
Right. Toy Den, my guy Joseph says Platt is a Gleek, American Idol, big American Idol fan.
That's
The Bachelor, I do like the show, I haven't watched it in a while. And a Swiftie, absolutely.
Man.
Respect.
I've watched a couple seasons of The Bachelor. I used to
There
watch
we
it with
go.
Katie Lindsay, and then you just talk
Oh,
about
okay.
it every once. It's
Yeah.
kind of fun, but pretty sure that rotted a hole into my brain. Romero pocket eights in the small blind. He's gonna limp. Baldwin, queen 10 offsuit in the big blind. And that plays pretty well post flop, so we're gonna see 3.
Queen 6-5, top pair for Baldy.
And a board or eights is feeling okay about its hand, only 1 overcard. Could see some chips getting in. Out of nowhere, Romero became the shortest stack, basically from just not being dealt in very much. He blinded down a
I
bit.
think that's a fair way to put it.
Baldy's betting his top pair for 1 big. Eight's too good to go anywhere just yet. Makes the call.
When's your birthday? September 28th?
Yeah, Nelly got it right.
Nice.
What's up, Nelly?
There we go, Nelly.
I don't know how people know that, but it's cool. Jack of spades on the turn. 2 flush draws out there now. Another overcard to Romero's eights. Went for the min bet on the flop. Expect to see a chunkier bet on the turn. Such a wet board. 2 flush draws, a couple straight cards.
650.
It's half pot. It's kind of a gross spot for eights. Blind versus blind, you just don't want to let them go this easily, but you're out of position. You're the shortest stack. Every chip you lose is very bad for you.
Maybe those eights would be more involved in some of Baldy's bluffs.
Sure.
Maybe eight's not great to
Very
have.
good point.
Nice laydown still by Romero. And just like that, Baldy's in second place. More than 8 million.
Look at all those stacks clustered together.
Yeah, of course, an effective tie of sorts between second and sixth. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but you get my point.
Well,
That it's
listen,
Shannon Shorr on top, and
it
then a
comes
huge
into
follow.
play if we get the aces versus kings versus queens versus two ace kings versus jacks.
Yeah,
Who has the bigger stack? I'm surprised there's no like very famous hand of like an insane final table matchup like that. Like one in the history of the world. Or it's been like a quadruple knockout or something. You'd think at some point.
There's gotta be one, right?
It's probably just like at a South Point Daily and
Right,
everyone goes, oh my
right.
gosh, and they tweet about it, it's over.
It's crazy. Well, maybe this is the beginning, Jamie.
Or the
Okay,
dealer
maybe
like
not.
forgot to shuffle the deck.
Yeah.
It's just
Well, I mean, you're
Okay.
asking for big hands, and we see Westmorland open with jacks, and we see Baldy look down at two kings in the small blind.
if Luke has a premium too, I'm going to start betting the lottery.
This is getting weird.
1.6.
He makes it 1.6. Oh.
Darn. Well, good news, I'm not a witch.
Still debatable, perhaps.
Westmorland, not a comfy spot to be in with pocket jacks. Just intense ICM pressure.
Starting
Assume
the
he's
hand
just
with
gonna-
30 bigs.
I would assume he just makes the call here. He's going to be in position. But yeah, 30-ish big blinds to start. I mean, you can't fault him if he wants to just jam these either, can you?
I'm all in.
And does jam. Baldy will snap it off, and here we go for a pot worth $15.5 million in chips. Two jacks versus two kings.
Hate jacks. Westmorland says all in for 7.5, but he does have the covering stack, right? Correct? Or no?
No, I think Baldy
Okay.
covers. Ace
Oh
Jack
my God.
5! Now we saw a king already in the muck. So we know there's only one king remaining. It does not come on the turn. Baldy will need it on the river, or else he's down to less than 3 big blinds. River card is a 9.
I think I covered.
Oh, do you?
Wow, that's
Oh.
really sick.
Unlucky.
To say the least.
Yeah.
Of
No
course, Baldy got lucky earlier with the ace-5 versus ace-jack, but still, a devastating blow.
7.5.
And if Westmorland
Ace
had
3,
just
5,
found the flat,
4.
it would have been an ace-high board.
Oh, yeah.
Baldy would have been saved.
Wow.
Man, brutal turn of events for Baldy, who's played so well. I mean, he was second shortest stack coming in today, and he was almost firmly second in chips. 5-handed. This is brutal.
Had worked his way up the leaderboard until that.
Maybe jacks are a good hand?
Maybe. You ask Westmorland and Dan Weinman, they would tell you they're pretty big fans of the two jacks. This game can be so amazing. Baldy has experienced that throughout the course of the day, and yet so brutal.
Chat talking about the times there were like triple knockouts at final tables. It would be a fun compilation. That would be a very good YouTube
Yeah, that's a
video.
good. That would do
Yeah,
well.
I should text Doug. Aw, Sammy G says that was Jamie's fault. I do
Oh,
feel like it
damn
was
it,
my
Jamie.
fault, but that's not cool. I
Ugh.
really like Baseball-D. Sorry, man.
Jamie just cursing people left and right. It's very sad. A lot of people talking about it.
See, you shy away from that kind of power. I would enjoy it. I'd be
I'm
like,
embracing it this year. Don't
yeah,
you worry
I'd be
about
like,
that.
pay me $100. I won't show up.
I'll be asking Sean Deeb a question every 12 minutes at the main event.
Are you guys
Won't be long.
frenemies?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
You're too wholesome for him to like really like you. Too nice. Luke limping in with his ace-8. Yeah, I was gonna say this is the perfect spot for Shannon Shorr to put pressure on everybody else at the table with Baldwin with just about 3 big blinds.
Everybody just has to sit around and wait for that elimination to make another $30,000.
Yep, and that is a fold induced by this exact situation.
Seth says Jeff Platt goes to sleep in a sports jacket. You know, not all the time, but yes, on occasion.
I could see that.
Yeah.
I could. All right, Jeff Platt lint rolls himself before going to bed.
No comment.
Jeff Platt irons his pajamas. This is cool though. It's like the reverse Chuck Norris ones, like the ones that make him.
Yeah,
seem really cool.
right. It's the opposite here.
Raise.
500.
Westmorland opening his king-queen offsuit, and Baldwin queen-jack suited, less than 3 big blinds. Essentially would be calling it all in right now. He's got 1 chip
All
back,
right.
or 150K back. Just in case this hand goes nuclear, multiple all-ins, and he gets to try to make a pay jump. Wow.
And Shannon Shorr with ace-king.
But we know if Shannon puts in a healthy raise, Westmoreland's king-queen's gonna hit the muck.
$2 million.
There is that raise to $2 million.
Maor's pocket 4s hit the muck. Yep. No choice, and Baldwin's going to take his queen-jack suited against Shorr's ace-king to try to stay in this tournament.
Not in terrible shape, of course, all things considered.
2.3 mil.
Exactly.
2.3 mil.
Right back up to about 9 bigs.
No sailboat on the flop, please.
Dan Erding again sitting his set.
Okay.
Oh.
9-8-5. Opens up some more outs. Diamond on the turn, of course, makes it a lot of fun. For now, Baldy looks for a queen, jack, or 10.
If he
So
can
many
pull this
fun
one
ones, but I
out,
refuse to do it.
Yeah.
if he can pull this one out, he'll be where he started the
story
day.
is.
10 ball on the turn. Great point.
All right, some life.
Sorry, guys.
You just apologize for not busting.
Just too nice of a guy. It's up to 2.3.
Hey, 9 big blinds.
You never know.
Can easily spin that.
Perhaps just the beginning of a comeback story.
I'd already wish you a good game, too.
That's right, after
Yeah, if one
that
believes
Kings
in
versus
such
Jacks.
things.
Shannon said, good game, Baldies. I'm still in. Hold on a sec. Some dude says, please train these commentators. Sounds like a tragic animal documentary. That's funny
Which
to
one
me. I
would you
don't know.
be?
I
Let
don't
us know
Are
at least
we,
what
yeah.
dying animals that we would be.
Well, I think we're just narrating the tragedy that's happening to
Okay.
some animals in this.
Gotcha. I thought our voices just sounded like dying animals. Brian Danko with another winner. Jeff Platt's favorite piece of Chex Mix is the rye chip.
That's good. You guys are great. Thank y'all for being here. PokerGo's YouTube channel, BetMGM's YouTube channel. Be sure to like and subscribe, all that
Yeah,
good stuff.
Thank most of you for being here. Shannon Shorr, not one of the people that hated that Baldwin double up.
Yeah.
Because he gets to just exercise his reign of terror with one short stack hanging around.
Kind of a win-win scenario.
Dan with such a nice hand, 23 big blinds. This one might be too good to do anything but jam.
4 million.
Yeah, he goes most in.
Westmorland has eyes on it, and we can see why. 2 10s for him in the big blind.
I mean, this is a kind of dicey spot being sandwiched here between Dan's almost all in and Shannon Shorr's massive stack. He's going to use a time bank and think about this one. 10s are so good, though.
6.5.
It's going to click it. I think he makes to make it a touch more, but it's not going to matter here. Maor will be in for it with ace-queen against Westmorland's 2 10s.
Clicking into 6.5 is a little bit odd. I would think that flatting the 4 million would be enough to shake Shannon.
Right.
And
Shorr would only get involved
like
again if he had a huge
couple
hand.
million
Yeah.
if Shannon did jam. But Shannon just with 4s gets out of the way. Oh my God. Wait, is that true?
No.
The 5 bet is not.
Right.
Okay. The graphics guy was just like, this would be cool if this happened.
Graphics guy's like, I have to go in 20 minutes. Just get the chips in here. Okay, so here we go. Dan Maor's tournament life on the line.
Ace.
Ace right in the window. 12.4 million in this pot. Backdoor diamonds, still a possibility for Westmorland. The turn, though, is the 8 of hearts. Just 2 cards could end Dan Maor's day. Oh, it was close. The 9 of clubs rolls off on the river.
It was the right flavor and everything.
Yeah.
Westmorland was like, ooh. Huge pickup for Dan.
And that's a total shift in dynamics as well, as Maor moves up to second in chips.
4.5.
By a pretty distinct margin. Baldy almost found himself a 30K pay jump.
5.25. Correct?
How much?
5.825.
5.8?
5.825.
Yeah. 5 point.
I commentated a ladies WPT championship where I saw a chip payment error, a large one, but you know you're 30 minutes in the
Of course, so there's nothing.
and I was like, oh my God. And I'm like, oh my God, someone I actually knew. And I was like, no. And then it's like almost being dealt the next hand. They go, wait.
Oh, and you're like, thank God.
It was like 2 million chips out of like a 6 million chip pot. Like someone was counting their
Oh,
purples
my.
as like millions instead of as half millions. I was like, oh.
And it didn't look like anybody had
Nope.
noticed.
And the dealer just was doing, you know, you're just
And
counting
they
them
paid
as
out and move on to the next hand?
It was almost next hand. They stopped right before dealing it. I think that's the rule. If like the next hand is dealt, like
Then
chips
you
go
just
in.
play
I think
on.
it's
Yeah,
done.
I think so too.
Yeah, that wasn't fun to be in the booth being like, no.
Knowing you're so powerless.
Yeah, that defines us pretty well. We're powerless.
We're
in here.
so powerless.
That would have been a crazy spot if Shorr had a real hand. Like if Westmorland made it 6.5 and Shorr
Yeah,
jams, like
Ooh.
your hand, Shorr's hand has to be bigger than 10s in that spot.
I think so too, yeah.
And then you just burn like.
Which, to your point, is
I'd rather flat
anything
the 4
worse.
million.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think flatting the 4 million is what you would do with aces and kings.
I think so too.
So.
Westmorland has ace queen this time. Just calls out of the small blind. And it comes king, jack, 10. Westmorland flops a straight, Shorr flops 2 pair. The action has ramped up significantly over just this last 20 minutes or so.
Bottom two on this board after the small blind flats is kind of dicey.
Sure.
Like, you know that hits his range as well.
Surefire 600K.
He just prepays his time every time.
I know, I like it. It's like, I know I'm going to use one, might as well fling it out there.
10 seconds.
He's gonna slow play his Broadway.
Turn is a blank.
It's gotta be a tough decision right now to commit more chips with two pair, or if you want to just control the size of this pot. He's going for 2 million, big bet.
Sizing up makes it 2 million.
Charging a hefty price if Westmoreland has hands like King Queen, Ace Jack, Queen Jack suiteds, possible.
10 seconds. Time extension.
Almost 8 million behind.
Call.
Makes the call.
Call.
6.7 million in the pot. River brings another king.
Board pair, but not the fun one.
Right.
Shorr's hand strength just evaporates with that board pair. Which could save him. Not a comfy river card for Westmorland, though.
No.
10 seconds.
Got boat blockers for Shannon at this point. If he decides to just rip this, it'd be pretty sick.
Time extension.
Check.
Checks back.
10 seconds.
And Westmoreland will drag a healthy pot.
Didn't it feel for a moment like
I thought that could have been coming.
it's just a dangerous play
Yeah.
because Westmorland could have a boat there too.
Right.
Very strong hands in his range.
Shannon, you're about to lose that stack on the right.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
He meant the stack was gonna knock over. I thought he was
Yeah,
like, you're
I
about
know
to
what you were
lose that
thinking, yeah.
stack. I was like, whoa. And Westmorland healthy again. It's a good table image to have at Shannon Shorr, though, that like you're capable at any moment of just pulling the trigger.
Yeah.
And he doesn't, like, he just looks capable. He doesn't do
Yeah.
any of these huge blow-ups.
Right. Playing field's evened out a little bit as Shore dips under 18. Westmoreland and Maor around the 12.5 mark.
Romero eyeing up Baldy's short stack. 9 big blinds. Seems like the type of hand you should fold. Facing that, yep. Baldy gets a walk.
This is how Rampage felt.
I was going to make that comment that Rampage celebrated his walks a lot harder.
Yeah, he really did. Rampage, as you see on this leaderboard, out in 7th for about 104K. Shorr in 1st, Baldy in 6th.
So you do a lot of commentary with Summary. Is that music just in your head at all times of the day? You're like walking down the street?
I think this is exclusive to the BetMGM Championship, or else, yes, of course it would be. Yeah.
Baldy with a nice hand in the small blind.
Nice 7 suited.
Gonna limp. Tricky.
Okay.
Luke with Jack Deuce offsuit. Gonna C3. Nice.
Ace 9 deuce.
Baldy with way the best of it, but Luke with bottom pair. Pairs the board. Not your favorite card for your Baldy. Go for another small bet.
And get snapped.
That's called. Really well played.
Very nice. Won the max there, it seemed like.
Definitely. And from dust, from under 3 big blinds, Baldy is just back in this tournament. He's got about 14 big blinds now. And right on the heels of Romero.
Well, looks like you guys can hear when I talk to producer Pat.
Really?
I just wanted to give Pat a shout. You know, producer Pat's doing great work. I want our conversations to be very clear and transparent.
I like this. Take a player poll. Are vloggers jerks or not? Just watch 3 Rampage, DGen, and Negreanu. Are vloggers jerks? 1 in the chat if vloggers are jerks. 2 if they are not.
Spurious says vloggers are who they are.
That is... I really like those statements that say nothing.
Right.
Basically the only consensus I see on vloggers that Nimi is great.
And he is.
He is.
And he just is.
As nice in person as he
he's
appears
a
on
great
his
guy.
vlog.
J-Man definitely jerks for sure. Yep, agree. Hard to disagree there. Shorr ace king here. Wishing Andrew Nemi the best, by the way. I know his dad is going through some health issues.
Yep, despite his personal struggles right now, he just won a WSOP.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome,
in
huh?
a big field.
So congrats to Andrew for that ring. Hope his dad continues to get better.
He's always on the line, right about to lose his last time extension. I don't know why that makes me so anxious. Chat, is this making you anxious too? Worrying for Luke's time extensions.
Tournament summary, 1,141 entries. Record-setting field, prize pool more than $3.6 million. Up top, more than 613K. Shorr opens here, Queen Jack suited. Westmorland, the ace deuce of diamonds. Does defend, does flop a couple backdoor draws, but George Jacks are best. Jordan will check call. And we'll turn a no good deuce. Check, check. River 10.
Board kind of ugly for Shorr's hand as well. The flush card coming in the turn, straight card on the river, also a card that makes them 2 pairs. He's gonna go for just a little bit of value. Kind of healthy, 1.3. Yeah. Deuce in the muck.
Blinds are up. 150K, 300K. 300,000 big blind ante. That'll put Qiang, Romero, and Baldwin all under 20 bigs. Baldy with 7s.
Red 7s, 12 big blinds. It's a half stack kind of situation.
Yeah, I kind of like that. So does Baldy.
$1,950,000.
Goes almost 2 million.
Nobody waking up so far.
Winner. Hit the music. Another look at the leaderboard now that the blinds have gone up. Maor and Westmorland almost at that 40 big blind mark. Again, Shorr has achieved a bit of separation from those two. Our 3 short stacks in that 13 to 17 big blind range. Baldy has battled back from 650K to 4.35 million.
That's why you can't leave him with those crumbs.
That is right. Can't tell him good game when he says chips.
Yep. The reverse jinx.
Westmorland limps on the button with the Jack 10. I believe first time we've seen that today.
Interesting, yeah, cool. Facing 2 stacks that can jam on you. He's not wasting that extra big blind. Can balance it with your really good hands and deuce it.
And we'll go 3 ways to this flop, which is quite rare. Final table, Queen 10-6.
350,000.
That'll do the trick.
Gets his delayed blind steal.
Yeah.
Zidane asking song name question mark. I believe it goes do 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 do.
Somebody had it yesterday, so I'm sure somebody will have it here today. Westmorland at about 13 million. Ace 9 for Luke. About 15 bigs.
All in.
All in.
Touch jam. Nothing doing for sure. I'm not sure this is true, but I got to read it from Ricky in the chat. Great to see JW, that's Westmorland, back on in the lights. Fun fact, after a big night in Macau at APT, he woke up in the gutter and turned up to day 2 late with a muddy shirt. Respect. That's awesome. Just wake up in a back alleyway in Macau.
And still make it
and
to
think,
day
oh
2.
wait, I got day 2.
Great.
No idea where I am, but I know I need to make it somewhere.
I have a friend who shall remain unnamed who had a crazy night, showed up for a day 2 and was told, "You're not welcome in this property anymore."
Oh my. That is a night indeed.
With no recollection.
No
I was
idea
like, wow,
what-
that's not a
oh,
fun.
yikes.
It's not a fun thing to wake up to.
Luke calls on the button with ace king. Ace queen, excuse me.
It's like, I just saw this work out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try it.
Sure, we're gonna try to get in there with the 8-4. More checks. Jack 7-7.
Okay.
Turn ace. Just call me 23 says they never shout out the PokerGO chat. There's your shout out. Just call me 23. That PokerGO chat. See you guys here
You
and there.
are so easily manipulated.
That's true. This much is true. The PokerGO chat scrolling is not to my liking, so I try to check in there, here and there.
500,000.
Luke back up to more than 6 million. Look at the trophies. A look at the payouts. Final 6, guaranteed $126,405. Almost a 30K pay jump from 6th to 5th. And our first place prize is more than $613,000. Christy says, no offense, Jeff, but Donnie Peters does a much better job of interacting with the chat. I do agree with that. No offense taken.
That's one of the really rare times someone has said no offense and really it wasn't offensive.
Right. Normally that comes with
no offense, but
something.
you are the worst thing I've ever
with
had
all
to
due
listen to in
respect,
my whole life.
right.
We're good. Check.
Yep. False alarm.
Fair.
King, Queen, Jack. Kings for Maor, Jacks for Westmorland. Hope Donnie Peters is feeling better, by the way. He's missed about I want to say by now, almost a week of the World Series.
Oh no, what's wrong?
Just sick, just the WSOP flu or whatever it's called. The Rio flu back in the day.
But that was a real thing. It was actually
right.
Legionnaire's disease. Or with the best of it in this blind versus blind battle.
$450,000. Call.
Nice value bet on the river gets paid off.
Is it?
Flip-flop positions with Westmorland. Takes second place.
I'll take a din tai menu, please.
I would love a steak salad from Javier's, please.
Me too.
I would enjoy some Javier's at the moment as well. Baldy 2 10s.
Possibly just a min raise with this hand. Maybe a little extra on it. So good. You'd hate to put in half your chips with this one, but let's see. Goes same as with the sevens.
Maybe it's right on that borderline because jacks you would min raise and then nines you would put it the most of it in.
And such value in even just stealing the blinds.
Sure.
Get ahead of Romero. Nicely down.
Or with sevens on the button.
12 big blinds in Baldwin stack. I think seven's a little too light.
More agrees.
Oh.
Oh, Romero. He's jack quickly into the muck. Which?
Thank you.
I can't eat in high pressure situations like this. Just completely lose my appetite. I also feel like dinner breaks, if you end up having dinner in the middle of this, like it changes things. Like I feel like just whatever.
Oh, you mentioned that.
Yeah, I just feel like you get sluggish or I don't know. My
you
brain
have to eat the right dinner,
Yeah.
most certainly.
Doesn't your brain feel like a little slower if you eat anything though, for just even a few minutes?
I kind of like the dinner break
Okay.
if it's a good. Now, if I eat like a pizza at dinner, I come back a little sluggish.
Yeah. I have heard other people say it though, that they just like fast when they're in big
I get
spots.
that. Pads a lot of times fast this whole day of online grinding. Baldy defends 7-6 suited.
Pads is doing it. It's got to be good. He tries harder
King
than
Jack
everyone.
deuce, that's true. Swing and a miss for Baldy here.
Thank you, Swirling.
Romero the shortest stack. Baldwin in 5th. Qiang in 4th. Shorr's been the chip leader throughout the entire final table.
Some people in chat also saying they feel they perform better on an empty stomach.
Yeah,
It's
see
just
that.
tough if for some of the events that are multiple days, you can't just be like, I'm just not going to eat for 7 days and hope my brain works at the end. Ooh, okay, spicy one. Baldwin all in from the small 7-5 diamonds.
Luke wants a count here with the ace-6.
I think ace-6 just not quite good enough for how
think I'm with you.
much of his stack it would be to call.
3,450,000.
What do you start calling with? Ace-9?
That's a good question.
450. 3.45.
Yeah, I think ace-9, you just dominate too much.
All right, yep.
Ace-6 under consideration.
And he has like no time to think about it. One time extension.
And it needs to be used now. You don't have to throw it in right away,
Makes the folds.
but it's still going to owe it.
29.
Can we see that top card? Top card?
Sans,
Can you flip the top? Can you flip the top card?
Pre-flop is
When he's
20.
scratching his fucking nails on the top
Pre-flop,
card.
20.
Yeah, just check it.
Oh.
Fucking ace or king or anything.
So Baldy gets one through with the 7-5 suited. You're gonna push the pot his way.
Is it a...
Yeah. Pre-flop, 27.
It's just like an insane way to hold cards. Whether it's intentional or not, it fucks up the game.
Yeah. House's responsibility, right? They're.
I mean, I
they're
watched
aware.
them the whole hand like this.
They're
the fucking
they're aware.
hand.
They're aware there was a bad deck, and it's their responsibility.
Luke now ace-jack.
You know, I mean, like, you want to be careful.
I think you got to be careful on the other side as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't think anyone can scratch the top of a card ever while we're playing poker.
All right, James. I said
7.5. 750,000.
Holy.
All in.
Luke set that one up.
Yep. And Shannon taking one of those hands that's just so bad, he's going to try to win it pre. I like the play, he's just running into it this time. So Shannon in the small wake up a really nice ace queen of diamonds.
1,150,000.
Goes for almost a full 4x. And Dan with nothing makes the fold.
Ace-Jack for Baldy.
The best chat comments are the ones I laugh at and don't read.
It's the ultimate compliment.
It
Unfortunately,
really
you
is.
can't
I
see
can't
it.
let
Yeah.
you know. But great work out there. Baldwin going with his ace-jack once again, putting in half a stack. Oh
And
my.
the aces for Dan Moore. Trouble brewing for Baldy.
All in.
All in.
Oh my
And
gosh.
2 jacks.
Wow, I want to rewind and see
For
what happens
Westmorland.
if Dan just calls a 2.25.
Yeah.
Pretty sick. Jack's just not good enough here. Easy to
think
say
so
we're
too.
looking at the cards, but with ICM, you are tied for second in chips right now. Baldwin is committed.
Just be a true disaster.
It would be.
And Westmoreland knows that.
Yep.
You know. So Baldy's going to be in for it all and way behind with the ace-jack against Moore's aces.
Nice dodge.
Jacks too.
Can Baldy find a way? Going to be tough on the 8-7 deuce.
Two of his jacks dead.
Let's give the man at least a little hope. Any kind of sweat.
9?
No, it's a 7 on the turn. It's a good game to Eric Baldwin. He sure did battle, huh? And he is out in 6 for $126,405.
It really looked for a minute like he was going to come back.
Yeah.
He gave himself every chance to do so.
On to the next one for Baldy, and we know he'll be right back in the action. One of the game's ultimate grinders. Such an admirable resume. Just continues to crush year after year. It's Dan Moore.
Stupid mistake.
You heard that.
What happened?
Moore up to more than 16 million.
Yeah,
I think to your point, thinking
not
about,
just flatting. You're allowed one mistake per final table. Yeah, I just want to see what would have happened. It's
Yeah,
really
same.
hard.
I'd
You know,
like to play
jacks
out that
aren't
sim
hitting
too.
the muck. Jacks may flat, or they may go nuts.
Yeah.
And you just end up with the chip lead.
Now Moore has kings.
600.
Romero, queen 9. Shortest stack. Does defend. Goes 5-5-5. More bets, more wins, more inches closer to Shannon Shorr on the leaderboard.
These guys don't have a dinner break or anything today either, right? Just
No.
15-minute breaks
Just
all the
gonna
way
play
through.
all the way through.
I was gonna say it would be a nice time for Dan to get a little break though,
Yeah.
because I know he's beating himself up over that jam.
Okay. Spice 3. Yeah. Thank you.
Pocket fours or Dan Maor, 5-handed now. Good enough for an open.
600.
Shorr 7-4 clubs. Ace 10 8 1 club.
Okay.
Expect Dan to make a continuation bet on this ace high board. Says nope.
Ace of clubs on the turn.
Delayed c-bet.
350,000.
Getting quite a price is Shannon Shorr. Does make the call. River brings another 10.
This board would be a chop pot if it went check check. Dan with his pocket fours and the opportunity to bluff at this one. He's gonna take it.
750.
And will win. And now it is very tight at the top. Shorr still has the chip lead. Look at the leaderboard. Has Shorr still on top. Maor right there. Westmorland kind of in the middle. Romero, the significant short stack. About 2 million in chips.
Raise from Westmorland, call from Dan Moore in the big blind. Ace 3 apiece. 5 deuce, deuce board, 1 spade.
750,000.
Westmorland goes a little under half pot. Dan with the type of hand I don't mind a check raise with. Just the gut shot. Also, Westmorland shouldn't have deuces in his range, and Dan can have some. The suited ace variety, I guess. But Dan looks like he's just gonna call.
The turn is the 4.
They're both so excited
They're
right
so
now.
excited. It's going to be such a letdown.
$2 milli?
Yep.
Maor check calls the 2 million chip bet. Number 9.
Check.
Mullen with just a little over pot left in his stack.
All in.
All in.
There's the jam.
Count, please.
Maor asks for a count.
A little uncomfortable on the
Yeah,
paired
sure,
board.
sure. But in the end, we do believe we'll just see a call. And we'll chop it up.
7,625. 7,625. Call.
Wow.
Got a wheel. Wheel.
Chop.
Luke jumped out of his chair.
啊，没想想。
Nice.
It.
Sorry to get you guys excited.
Thought they might be in line for a pay jump. Romero certainly not excited now. Next pay jump is worth 50K.
How many tournaments do you think Rampage has busted since he left this one?
The line is 2.5.
Here.
Oh yeah,
What is here?
I'm always amazed
defended the
at
Yep.
how many venues someone's willing to go to in a day. Like, I'll follow someone's
It's
Instagram
really
story and
impressive.
I'm like, wow. For me, I'm like, I drag myself back to the same registration line and I'm like,
Right,
I am
that's
proud
enough.
of myself. Yeah. Are you checking?
Yeah. Sure.
600,000.
Yep, all right. 3K6 max. He's in there at the series. And, well, no update since then.
Oh, okay.
So, okay.
No news is good news for
Yeah.
our friend Rampage. Shannon raises up ace-7 of diamonds from the button, and Dan is going to go for it in the small blind, 3-betting his ace-8 offsuit.
Some ammo now to play back at the chip leader. Shorr not yet done. This pot will decide the chip leader. And it comes
Oh
queen 6-3, all diamonds. Just the goods for Shannon Shorr. Shorr goes small here, 1.1.
Caught me speeding,
Yeah.
he says. You're actually in decent shape until the
Right,
flop.
right.
Also, I don't think I've ever heard someone under the age of 70 say, caught me speeding.
Yeah, it's not a real common term amongst the high rollers nowadays, is it?
But how would we even know? They don't speak to
That's
each other.
true. You don't see Chidwick saying, "Oh, caught me speeding." Shorr some breathing room now in that chip leader position. Glances over at Romero's short stack as he is in the big. Westmorland, king 3 suited. Good enough. Romero, not good enough. Yikes. Romero has been
5 big blinds.
some kind of card dead today. BPIP under 10%.
He had one fold that was pretty tight with that ace-jack.
Right.
Which would have been a race against 10s. Other than that, dealt out. Not much going on today. Made quite a bit of money, though, just watching from
That's
the
true.
sidelines.
That's true. Assured himself of at least $156,000. Has the queen 9 here. Says that's good enough. Luke with king queen, that's going to be good enough too.
Definitely 5 big blinds deep. High five
Makes
the
the
dealer.
call. Slams it down, and here we go. King queen for Luke. And a frustrated, annoyed James Romero with queen 9. Romero could get back to more than 10 bigs. He can acquire some help here. Jack 8-8. Straight draw is there. Now looks for a 10 or a 9. Turn, though, is an ace, so a 10 is now no good. Needs a 9. Chop outs are there. River card is a 10. 2 straights. Luke with the better one. And that'll send James Romero out the door in 5th place. More than $156,000.
This is a bad turn card for him.
Silent exit for Romero. Frustrating day overall, but to your point, made some money with the pay jumps. And then there were 4.
What do we have locked up? You said it, and I probably missed it.
$206,914.
That's what you get paid for the day, too, right?
That is,
Comes
yeah,
from
our day
Yeah, makes
rates. $72-ish thousand pay jump from 4th to 3rd.
What would you have to win in a poker tournament for you to just do commentary for fun? Like, you just, like, grace us with your presence a few times a year.
Because I would do commentary
Yeah,
regardless.
it's fun,
Right,
but you
right,
would
right.
pick and
It's fun.
choose, though,
Yeah,
like, oh,
absolutely.
this
Yeah,
event would
yeah.
be cool. Or, like, hey, my
Right.
friends made this
You would-
final, I'll
yeah,
do this
then
one.
I'll jump in. Yeah, no, it.
But what, like
it-
2 million?
Yeah, I was gonna say it most certainly is a 7-figure amount.
Yes. The thing with commentary is it's more fun the less frequently you do it. Like,
yeah,
I enjoy
see
it
that.
a lot.
I see that for
Yeah.
sure.
Check.
Each with a piece of this one. Westmorland with the jack high flush draw. 2 overcards. Dan Moore top pair. No clubs. So yeah, the main point, chat, was root for Jeff to win $2 million if you can't stand him. Moor's gonna check call a small bet.
Check.
Check, check, turn.
River Queen of Diamonds.
Moor's 10 is still good.
Check, check.
Check, check. More winner. Ryan says, come commentate our poker games in Alberta.
That
Now
would be
that's,
fun.
I was going to say that's going to cost you a pretty penny, but Jamie seems to be.
I think it would be
willing to
really
come on down.
fun. Like, if you got rich through poker and you enjoy commentary, but
Yeah.
you don't need to, like, earn anything.
Yeah,
To
just
just
these
like,
spot home
show up at a
games,
home
that would
game
be
and just,
cool.
like, take it very seriously.
Yeah.
And, yeah, that would be really fun. Shore raising the button, ace-5 offsuit. Dan Moore in the small blind again with... I'm wondering if he's feeling snake bit from 3-betting that ace-8 and not having it work out. Yeah, he's like,
Does lay it
he's
down.
like,
Pick a
I
better
had
spot.
my fun once, I'm out of here. And just an ace for everybody. Westmorland and big blind ace-4 offsuit.
2.4.
2.4 million.
He's going to turn his ace-4 offsuit into a bluff. Putting in about a quarter of his chips.
I like this from Westmorland.
Yep.
And it
It's
works.
a better hand to lay down.
Oliver, why does poker commentary pay so much? I'm not sure we ever said that, Oliver. Just
Well, I said you made $206,000 today.
that is true. That is true. I guess we did say that, yeah. Well, it's a tough gig. We have to sit here and talk about poker.
Yep.
So Very difficult conditions.
You know, if chat was always nice to us, they could pay less. It's just the emotional turmoil and then the therapy that we need afterwards.
Oh, I love it.
600,000.
Dan says 5-4 suited, good enough for a raise. Luke with 10-3 offsuit in the big blind, not a very good looking hand.
King suited for Luke in the small blind.
All in.
Whoa.
Big shove. 22 bigs. Man, this could have gone so many different
Exactly.
ways. Brutal.
Short queen jack suited.
Yep.
Just folds.
Too many
Man,
for him to
that's-
call off, and definitely did not get the mileage he could have out of that ace king suited.
Ryan, which place would you come to in Alberta, Calgary or Ledoux? You know what? We haven't really thought about it that much, to be honest, Ryan.
Jeff and I both have to final table the main. In
Yeah,
order
if
to
we
make
both
these,
final table the main this
we'll
year,
be
we will
there.
see you in Alberta.
Yep. It's a deal.
A6-4, two spades, flush draw for Shannon, gutter for Dan. Okay, bet called. Turn deuce of hearts. Rico says about Luke, dude looks like the Cheetos mascot.
I like that jacket, and it's also
Yeah.
practical because if you like spill wine, you can just be like, whatever.
It's just part of the
Yeah.
design. Check, check, river, queen.
Does Dan want to give up or bluff with his 7 high in this 5 big blind pot?
Wants to go for it.
10 seconds.
450,000.
Oh, nice, going small. Just trying to make some better hands fold. Well done.
Nice play.
We're
lot
at
of
19 million.
Dan's fans from our company, WPT Global, are from all over the world. So depending how late this goes, we'll at least have some people watching.
Westmorland, pair of sevens.
Check.
$350.
350,000.
Thank you.
Look at the leaderboard, showing Maor effectively tied at the top. Then Westmorland in third, Lyu Jun Qiang in fourth. Westmorland 3 betting out of the small line to 2.1. Winner. Tom says send us dealers at so we can Venmo them tips. You know, that's an interesting idea. We should start putting that
on
in
the back of their
chat
shirt,
description.
like
Or yeah,
that,
there.
whatever. Yeah.
I don't know, Matt or Kate's Venmo.
That's a good idea.
$600,000.
Short defense. 4. 2 spades.
$350,000.
Sure, not done with the gutter. Turn 5.
Check.
Check, check, river, another 5. 5 of spades.
$550,000.
Well done, Shannon Shorr. Goes small on the river, gets it through with 10 high.
You are allowed to fold before she says time extension.
That's right. That is.
It's one of the rules.
So you can just let it go earlier.
I would think as the shortest stack, you'd want to be playing quickly.
Right.
10 seconds.
Queen Jack 6. Gutter for more.
Okay. Check.
Second 6 arrives on the turn. Check, check, river 9. More with the best of it now.
Yeah, both players seem content to show down their high card, but Dan makes a pair. Makes 2 pair, technically. Ed asking in the chat, why don't they move away from each other? The card readers stay in the same place, so they have to stay in that place. They will move them, usually when it's heads up, they'll put them in different boxes.
And maybe they'll spread them out during this break. We'll see.
Could be.
But these players will go to break. It's about 15 minutes. When they come back, blinds will be up to 200, 400K.
6, 12.
Shannon
13,
Shorr
14,
retains the chip lead.
17. I fucked that fucking hand up. Fucking idiot. God. No,
Get
the
more
fucking when I had aces, I should have
True
fucking.
thoughts before we go to break. We'll be back in about 14 minutes with more coverage from the BetMGM Poker Championship. Stay with us. Down to the final 4 at the 2024 BetMGM Poker Championship. $3,500 buy-in. And our final 4 turn that $3,500 into at least $206,000. Jeff Platt alongside Jamie Kerstetter here at the PokerGO Studio at ARIA Resort and Casino, where the landscape has changed a little bit. Shannon Shorr still on top, but Dan Maor right there. Healthy stack for Westmorland.
Yeah, Shannon has had
stack.
a very flat day. Shannon's been up and down 2 million the whole time.
Right around this 20 million mark. Raising here at the King 8, blinds up 200K, 400K, 400K big blind ante.
Uh-oh, it has spread.
Yep, oh boy. Westmorland check calls, 600K bet. Turn 6 of diamonds.
That's a fun turn
That
card.
is indeed.
Westmorland picking up a pair, Shorr picking up open-ended, and an 8 high flush draw.
Shorr goes half pot.
Westmorland with a pair, but he's got to be conscious of not making himself the shortest stack in this hand. With Luke being pretty short, 16 big blinds, he is going to make the fold. Probably a bit of a loose call on the flop, I would think, with just ace
Yeah,
high.
probably. Considering these dynamics, Qiang the clear shortest stack. Final 4 guaranteed, almost 207K. A little bit more than a 72K pay jump from 4th to 3rd. Oh my, Westmorland jams blind versus blind and has run smack dab into it. Luke thrilled to make the call with queens.
28% is not 0%.
That is
Fist
true.
bump makes me nervous.
That
for
is
Luke.
true. $12.4 million in this pot. Westmorland now in danger of becoming the shortest stack. Jack 10-4. Backdoor straight draws are available, but for now, Jordan looking for a king. Turn is a 3. Only a king would end Lyu Jun Qiang's day.
Yes.
The river is a 7. Go tell your friends for sure. There we go. Back inside the room. I like it. Celebrate with the rail.
Westmorland going to be left pretty short.
4, 5, 6 million.
Michelle, could I get a green tea with honey and lemon from the cocktail? Thank you.
Jack 10 suited for more.
800. Extension.
Owen?
Westmorland jams with the ace 8. About 9 bigs.
What's the count?
I think it's 3-5.
Dan says, let's gamble.
And here we go. Westmorland, the slight favorite to get back to more than 8 million. Queen, Jack, Jack. That just about does it.
Good game, Jordan.
For Jordan Westmorland. And that is it. His day is done. Out in fourth, $206,914. A swingy day for him for sure, and a really solid finish. And for the first time, we have a new chip leader at the BetMGM Poker Championship final table. His name is Dan Maor. Barely eclipsing Shannon Shorr at the moment. Final three guaranteed $279,000. About a 150K pay jump from third to second. Second place gets 430K up top, more than $613,000.
Thank you, appreciate it.
One color, one Coca-Cola. Thank you.
800.
Ducks on the pond for Luke.
Ten-8 offsuit, good enough to defend.
Jack 5-3.
Check. $800.
Luke with a little more pep in his step after winning that.
Yeah,
Queens to
I would
King
say
8.
so.
Okay, okay.
Welcome y'all back, checking us out on PokerGo. On PokerGo's YouTube channel and BetMGM's YouTube channel. Thank you all for being here. Three-handed battle for the title, 2 trophies, and almost $615,000.
Dan, pocket aces. He was regretting the way he played the last one, so they're going to give him a rerun.
Yeah. Ooh, sure.
Ace 10, nice looking hand, three-handed.
Absolutely. Just call. Eight, 3 deuce. 2 hearts more, the one with the ace of hearts.
There's a big bug.
Is that on our monitor or Shannon's shirt?
Shannon's shirt, I think.
I don't see this every day. 5 of hearts on the turn. As the bug makes its way to the middle of Shor's shirt. Gonna climb up that little ridge.
That's the real color commentary.
Yeah, there you go.
Nut flush draw to go with his aces now. Shorr with a
Bug's
gut shot.
still there. Sorry, you're right. We should focus on the action.
That's just captivating. Yeah, Shorr with 2 overs and a gut shot to go
That
with them
bug's
now.
moving though. Look at the agility, the speed as it moves up towards the collar. Oh,
That's
river
gonna
10.
Be trouble. Name your price, Dan.
6 million in the middle. How much does Maor look for?
And he goes rather
It's
small.
2.5, and Shorr snaps it off.
I see the fly poking out
too.
still.
The trouble does not stop with 10s versus aces.
pretty
That
soon.
bug is entrenched in the shirt of Shannon Shorr.
There's going to be a Twitter account, The Fly on Shannon's shirt.
Yeah.
Someone's going to make it their YouTube name.
Get a nice aerial view.
Yep.
Of the bug and the tournament summary. $3,500 buy-in. 1,141 entries. Prize pool more than 3.6 million. Record-setting turnout at the BetMGM Poker Championship. Short 3-betting here at the Queen 10 in the small blind. My goodness.
Whew. I'm glad the booth is segregated. He makes the call. This is a sizable pot.
6 million already in the middle. Qiang with 10 million behind.
Oh, okay.
Comes 8-5-5 with 1 diamond.
Sure, the pre-flop aggressor with not much of a hand, but I expect him to try to win this pot.
1.500.
Goes 25%.
And does win this pot. Nice pickup for sure.
I thought Luke may hang on
Same
with
here.
just enough connection to this board to call that one small bet.
Backdoor flush and
Reevaluate.
straight draw available. Power of ace high, but lets it go. Falls to 10 million.
Dan's gonna put those chips to
Oli.
work and get immediately punished.
Raise 1.200.
10 seconds.
High's gonna take it down.
Maor at about 25 million, Shorr about 21, where he always seems to be. Lyu Jun Qiang about 11.
This would be like a Nit's dream. Come into the final table with 20 million and just sit there
And
till
just
everyone
stay at 20,
busts,
yeah.
and then I'll take my 20 million heads up and just.
Hope for the best.
That's how I would do it. Shannon
Yeah.
played about 87
Right,
hands
he did play a
instead
lot of
to
hands.
be there, but you know.
Still think it plays out drastically different if his ace-jack holds against all these ace-5. And he just has such a sizable chip lead over the rest of the pack.
Ace 9, 3, 2 spades. Neither player with much. 8 of spades in Shorr's hand. In a limp pot, small blind's gonna have more aces, some traps in there.
You have like 18s, Shannon?
More. 6.5 plus it's 20.5, 21, 21.6.
Thank you.
He's 4 off.
Raise 1.100.
Makes it 1.1. Luke with 8-7 suited.
Nice hand to defend with, I would think. Makes the call.
King 4-4 and no spade. Quite the significant edge for Maor, to say the least.
He's got so much of this board, so hard for Luke to have any of it. And snap fold for Luke. The bug is still on
Oh,
Shannon.
no way.
Yeah, it just
Oh, I
switched
see it. No,
sides.
he's flicking it off right now.
He finally found it. Maybe it's good
Gonna
luck.
let it
Leave
live, perhaps?
That's a very lucky Chewy
Flies come
move.
Sweat the action.
Isn't that a mark of death?
What's
Oh,
that?
God.
That's an omen for death.
Let's hope not.
Maor says that as he looks down at 10s.
He's gonna laugh so hard when he
There we
knows
go.
that bug has been on him for like 10
Yeah.
minutes.
Fly.
Raise 800.
Oh, great shot of the fly.
Oh, it's awesome.
Wants me to move over.
See that?
Aw.
Well, you just
There it
killed
goes.
Nah, he's crushing.
Bro, that thing's like, can't even walk now.
Aw.
Go. Raise it.
4, Dan's 10 still very good. Still needing just a little bit of protection though. Don't want to see an overcard come off.
Had it.
A couple of 10s.
Yeah.
Nice.
Couple of 10s.
What's up, man? Shannon just killed a fly. There's no chance he ever wins this hand now.
I'm someone who puts bugs outside when I find them in my house. Like, I don't want to kill things, but then when Newt gets a bug, I'm so excited. Like, I'm just like, there's a fly, and he just chases it and eats it.
Yeah.
Somehow that's okay to me. It's like, oh, circle of life and all that. Does Buddy bug hunt, or is...
No, he's oblivious to really everything.
Call. Option.
Shore limps in with the 6s. Ace 5, 4. Open ender for more. Short bets 400K, more calls. And turns the goods.
And even better than that, Shore ends up with an open ender.
Yeah.
Feeling a lot better about his hand. Dan's been running pretty good.
I'd say so. Bet 700K.
Pretty small bet in position. Don't see them that often.
Shore, of course, continues. River 10 of hearts.
Point 2. Couple of key cards in Shannon's hand.
Yeah.
Make it a little more likely that Dan's bluffing. Does he ever turn this into?
I was thinking you could get crazy spicy with it.
Can.
Yeah.
6 of hearts in your hand. And Shannon just always has that look like he's thinking about it.
That's true. I think if he goes 6 million, like how many good hands that Dan would have to fold?
He's just reaching for calling chips.
Does make the call. Maor will get paid off to extend his chip lead.
It's just not really the time to pull off some crazy bluff.
Yeah,
where
I
it's like
think so.
if you get called, you're now even with
Yeah,
third
it's just
place.
brutal,
Right now
yeah.
you're in second by quite a bit. Dan just pulling away almost double Shannon's stack now. Over 3 times the stack of Luke.
$200K, $400K, $400K big blind ante. 60-minute levels throughout this final table. When we get down to heads up, it'll be 40-minute levels. Ace king for Luke. Just calls. Shorr the 9-3 off. Jack 10-4.
Check.
Luke getting a little bit tricky with his ace king.
It does turn a Broadway.
And
Along with
give
the flush draw,
Shannon
yeah.
open-ended with a worse flush draw.
Ooh, river, 8 of spades. Flushes for both. Luke with the better one.
He overbets.
Wow. Can Shorr read through this and find a fold?
Haven't really seen an overbet this whole final table.
Right.
Does feel just a bit too greedy to get paid off.
10 seconds.
Nice lay down.
Good fold. Bit of a matchup here. Luke raising the button, ace-8 offsuit, and Shorr in the small blind, ace-10. Little, about 22 big blinds deep.
Shorr will just call out of the small blind.
Dan with the decision. Does he want to flick in one more big blind, king-5 offsuit? Nope.
Let's it go.
Heads up.
9-7-3. 2 diamonds. Luke has ace of diamonds in hand.
Check.
Turn deuce of hearts.
Check. Check.
Both players happy to show down their ace high, Shorr with the best of it. With that, Luke is down to 20 bigs. That jacket's still making me laugh. It's so crunchy.
Ace jack on the button for Shorr. Entered the day with the chip lead.
800.
More king 10 off.
Considering putting some pressure on Shorr, who has to play pretty conservatively with the 20 big blind stack lurking around.
Here comes a 3-bet.
2.900.
2.9.
Goes with a pretty hefty sizing too. Shorr with ace jack, such a good hand, 3-handed, but this is uncomfortable. Glance at Luke's stack. He's going to make the call in position.
Okay. 6.6 million in this pot.
Heads up.
Shorr about 16 million behind. Queen 9-6. 2 spades. More. The gutter. King of spades in his hand. Ace high best at the moment.
Time extension. 1.700.
That is 1.7.
Just ace jack high. Not too appealing for Shorr. He wants to maintain his lead over third place stack. Makes the folds.
Well done.
Dan earned that one.
Now up to almost 34 million, about 60% of the chips in play. Record-setting turnout this year, 1,141 entries, year-over-year growth at the BetMGM Poker Championship. Final three assured of $279,000, about a 150K pay jump from third to second.
That's when it gets fun, when you look at the pay jumps. You're like, wow, usually you have to win a tournament to win 150K.
For this pay jump, yeah.
And you basically, with this pay jump, satellite into this tournament for the rest of your life.
Right. Shore defends. 10-6-4, pair of fours for Shannon.
Not much going on for Dan. Some good turn cards to barrel through, though, if you wanted to start betting now. Just a big enough piece of it for Shannon to stay interested.
Turn queen.
Check.
It's another card that I would barrel through if I were Dan. Thinking cards that are straighty or over cards to the board.
1.650.
I think it's hard to hang on with just bottom pair in Shannon's spot. Lets it go. Dan really taking advantage of the situation right now to be able to just lean on Shannon really hard. As long as Luke hangs around at the sub 20 big blind stack, it's just super easy for Dan to get through versus Shannon.
Shore down to about 14 million. Qiang at 7. Shore with ace jack. Links in. Does Maor want to continue to pounce? No, he checks.
Jack 5 deuce. Shore the stranglehold on this one.
400.
Shannon Shorr, certainly the most accomplished player entering this final table, more than $12.7 million in career live tournament earnings. 2 World Series of Poker bracelets, both won online. Has a Poker Masters and USPO title in this very studio. For Dan Maor and Lyu Jun Qiang, this is their biggest tournament score.
Ollie.
Ward raised it here with the 10-9 off. Whoa. He definitely raised.
Yeah.
To 1.1, and then Luke just jammed with the 10-8 off and got it through. Well done.
Sometimes they've just had enough, you know? Gotta take a stand
That's
somewhere.
true.
I wonder what the fly's doing now. You know?
Yeah, maybe it's found its way over on Dan's side of the table.
Raise 800.
Short Queen 9 in the big blind.
Call.
There's been a lot of hands between Shannon and Dan, and a lot of just observing from Luke.
Yeah.
He's just praying there's a big matchup one of these times.
Pair of 8s. More.
Check.
Ten on the turn. Two-way straight draw there for Shannon.
Check. $700.
Or bet 700K.
Price seems right to peel. However, it's like Shannon's got other ideas for this hand.
2.700.
Makes it 2.7.
It's a nice play. It's really hard for Dan to hang on.
And a lot of reverse short can just continue to tell this story if he doesn't make his hand. Lets it go. All done by Shorr to pick up that pot. Luke limps in on the button.
Chip. 10 seconds. That's it.
Queen 9-8.
Check. Check.
Another queen on the turn.
Check. Check.
And a straight for Dan.
$800.
Dan's playing his big stack very well. Not just making hands, but there's been quite a few where he puts max pressure on Shannon. I feel like he's picking the right opponent, someone who knows ICM, someone who wants to make that pay jump and knows not to get too out of line. It's got to be frustrating for Shannon because Luke just isn't very aggressive.
Right.
It seems like he's kind of hanging around waiting for a good hand. And until he busts or doubles, Shannon really just can't take too many risks.
He is indeed very restricted in what he can do. 150K pay jump from third to second. More Jack 10 suited. Qiang less than 20 bigs in the big.
All in.
Or does Qiang. Luke with
A7.
A7.
Not going to get much better of a spot than this.
Call.
Does make the call, and here we go. Luke, the slight favorite with that A7 against Dan Moor's Jack 10 suited.
Luke did not do the signature fist
That's
pump
true.
this time.
14.6 million in this pot. $10 in the window, ace
Whoa.
behind it. Oh, that's an interesting one. You see the outs for more top of your screen. So he does flop a straight draw to go along with those 10s. Turn card is a blank. 9 outs for more to get us to heads up. Otherwise, Qiang is up to 14.6 million. River card is another 10.
Good game, man.
Good luck.
Good game.
Maor finds a way on the river
Game, bro.
to eliminate Lyu Qiang out in third place. Quite the run, and ends with a $279,000 payday. Oh, that was a fun run out, huh?
Yeah, crazy.
Here we are, Dan.
Here we are.
Good luck.
It will indeed be Dan Moor versus Shannon Shorr. Heads up for the title.
Mind taking like 15, 20?
The trophies and more than $613,000. Moor with more than 40 million, Shorr about 16 million. Some work to do for the start of day chip leader to come back against Moor. Take about a 15-minute break. And when we come back, we will continue at this level, 200K, 400K. We'll put the trophies on the table as we get closer and closer to the trophy presentation here at the BetMGM Poker Championship. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. Stay with us. Shannon Shorr versus Dan Maor. Heads up for the title for 2 trophies and for more than $613,000 as we welcome you back to the 2024 BetMGM Poker Championship. Jeff Platt alongside Jamie Kerstetter. We're here at the PokerGO Studio at ARIA Resort and Casino. What a run it's been for Dan Maor.
Seriously, I mean, he's been taking little bites out of everyone's stack for the last like 6 hours. Not any really massive hands.
Yeah, right.
And also Shannon Shorr, I mean, just took his 20 million and basically coasted. Not very many swings the whole time and found his way to heads up. So well played.
More than 430K guaranteed to our final 2. A difference of about 187 from second to first.
Yeah, and of that $3.6 million prize pool, $1 million still up for grabs between these two guys.
Dan Maor looking for his first live tournament win. Shannon Shorr has 13 tournament titles.
Wow.
Gonna finish out this 200K, 400K level.
Yeah, and it's Shannon who's got the uphill battle to get
That's
his
right.
14th title, though. Outchipped by quite a bit.
Five on the turn for Maor to kick off heads up. Dan Maor entered this final table 5th in chips. Shorr was the chip leader to start the day. Maor takes the first pot of heads up.
They did a color up on break and still tons of chips in
Lot
front
of
of both
chips.
these
I
players.
love it. Purple ones were 25,000, and yellow bumblebees 100K apiece.
You got to think about the eventual winner's photo and how many chips
Right,
you want
you need
in
a
that.
decent
Very
amount
important.
of chips in that. Red chips 500,000 apiece. Jack 10 for Shorr, who limps in. Maor as ace king.
Two big hands and heads up right now.
1.5.
1.5.
Up to 1.5.
Expect Shorr to call. Get the
And he
full
does.
4x.
And flops a 10.
$850.
850,000.
10 goes for quarter pot.
Shorr calls. Turn is a queen. Broadway draw now there for Maor.
2.3.
He'll keep firing, this time 2.3 million.
Sure, he's not loving the queen on the turn, but second pair heads up, pretty strong.
And he does make the call. Almost 10 million in the middle. Shorr has a little more than that behind. River, another deuce. Shannon's hand is best.
Little more than pot in Shannon's stack. Don't know if Dan wants to go for this triple barrel right at the start of heads up play.
Does check.
Feels like Jack-10 wants to check behind here and show down. He's gonna take his time.
Does agree though, checks back. Picks up a nice pot.
Less than a 2-to-1 chip lead now for Dan Maor.
Shannon Shorr 13 and 17 lifetime in his career, live heads up. A win today would mark his second biggest career score.
Oh, yes.
The heads-up stats are not super reliable information, only because if you're playing well, like Shannon's coming into this, he had to play very conservatively three-handed, come in with a deficit, didn't go guns blazing, trying to get in a good spot for heads-up. So like some of the heads-up matches you lose might be because you played the way you should leading up to it and you're short.
It's like we were talking about yesterday with Kevin Ravachau. He's 0-4.
Yeah, exactly.
Heads up.
Exactly.
We don't consider him to be a bad heads-up player.
Yeah.
And I think Brent Hanks is like 7-1 lifetime heads up. So it goes even more towards this argument.
Poor Brent, can't even defend himself here.
Sure
Like, I make fun of you relentlessly, and then you just
swing it.
Yeah, he's your whipping boy.
600,000.
Shorr, the check raise. Winner, very nice.
Very nice. Lots of turn cards that he could barrel through. I'm sure that was the plan. Spades and straight cards. And just showing why he's won 13 titles in his life. One of the hardest adjustments, I think, for people who play a lot of MTTs is when it gets shorthanded and heads up.
Yeah.
If you don't have experience and you're used to kind of waiting for reasonable hands, you just get eaten alive. You might run into a Brent Hanks who just crushes you.
Right.
1.15.
Shorr raising here. Maor will call with the 10-9. King 8-7. Open ender for Maor. And the turn is a 6. Jackpot
Wow.
for Dan Maor while delivering a pair of 6s to Shorr.
He's going to slow play it, check it over to Shorr, hoping for any kind of bets.
There is that bet
850,000.
of 850K.
Deciding whether he wants to flat or go for the check raise. And just hope that Shannon has a pretty good hand.
3.2.
There's the check raise to 3.2. Shorr's cards hit the muck before Maor could even get the chips out.
Another nice hand for Dan
I
on the
like
button.
Shannon's sizing. 1.15.
Shannon's an influencer.
He is indeed. Maor also goes 1.15, and Shorr has ace queen. Of about 40 bigs.
$4,100,000.
A 3-bet to 4.1 million.
Call.
Maor not going anywhere with the queen jack. On the button, 8.7 million already in this pot.
Oh.
And it comes jack 10-8. Maor outflops Shorr. Does have that two-way straight draw.
All in.
And Shorr
Wow.
jams. Maor asks for a count. We could be playing for it all here. Not a
Is
2x
shove.
pot jam.
Yeah, she's going to say 2 times the pot.
15.
14, 15.
Top pair for Dan and a gut shot. Heads up.
Makes the call. And here we go. Shorr all in and behind. For now needs an ace or a king to continue this match. 9, of course, presents a chop. Maor just looking to hold on. Turn card. Brings another 8. Is it Maor's time? River card. How's this for your first live tournament win?
Great playing with you.
Yeah, enjoyed it.
Played great.
Dan Maor is the BetMGM Poker Champion, the winner of more than $613,000.
Thank you.
Get out there and go celebrate with your friends. Valiant effort by Shannon Shorr.
As always.
Out in second for more than $430,000. entered the day as the chip leader.
Thank you, thank you. Thanks.
And like you said, really didn't do anything wrong throughout the course of the day.
He played really well. He took that stack that was so valuable in the beginning of the day and didn't blow it up. That's a skill in itself.
It really is. We pushed the chips to the middle of the table to get ready for our winner's trophy presentation. Sum it all up with a look at how this final table played out at the BetMGM Poker Championship. Rampage entered the day as the short stack. Couldn't find any heat, busted at the hands of our start of day chip leader, Shannon Shorr. Rampage out in 7th for more than 100K. What a swingy day it was for Eric Baldwin. Gets it in ace-5 versus ace-jack, wins, makes a comeback, gets up to 2nd, falls back down, out in 6th. James Romero couldn't get much going at this final table, eliminated in 5th for just more than $156,000. An impressive showing by an old school online legend in Jordan Westmorland, out in 4th place for almost 207K. Lyu Qiang eliminated in 3rd for more than $279,000. Shannon Shorr couldn't quite go wire to wire, as it was all Dan Maor laid. How about that, Jamie, for your WPT
That's awesome.
Global
One
guy?
of my favorite people.
Yeah, that's cool.
Scoring 613K, just amazing run. I mean, he's not a full-time poker player either, so getting heads up with someone like Shannon Shorr, I mean, that could have been one of those 4-hour heads-up matches, but few big hand matchups, and that's it.
I imagine it was such an intimidating process for Maor to sit down at the table with some of these killers, but he acted super comfortable at the table. It really just felt like he belonged, like he was one of these pros, and it is most certainly a well-deserved championship for Dan Maor. His first live tournament title. This puts him past the $1 million mark in career live tournament earnings. Again, he wins almost $614,000. He wins the BetMGM Poker Championship, and that comes with not just 1, but 2 trophies. To present those trophies to our winner, let's send it down to the Director of Poker Operations at ARIA, Mr. Ryan Kirk.
Could do me a favor
and accept it?
Yeah. Last year the guy didn't, so.
Oh, that's a little rough.
Good. On behalf of BetMGM Poker and ARIA Poker, I want to say congratulations to Dan. Dan, awesome job. I know that this is your first big win here in the PokerGO Studio. $613,000 win. We couldn't be happier for you. Congratulations,
Thank
man.
you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
Give him the trophy. He's earned it. Give it to him. It's his.
Those look heavy. How are you
There
going
we
to carry both
go.
of
Okay,
those?
now
Yeah.
present the man with his trophies. There's one, the BetMGM Poker Championship. There's another, as this is a part of the ARIA Poker Classic. And there it is for Dan Maor. Thank you all so much for tuning in. For our entire crew, for Jamie Kerstetter, I'm Jeff Platt. Hey, we'll see you for the next one. Thanks so much for watching the BetMGM Poker Championship. Congratulations to our champion, Dan Maor.